welcome back to the Mr. Arsenal podcast for yet another watch along. Sorry if I'm a few minutes late. Headache and my laptop taking forever to load up. I do apologise. As you can tell by the title, we are covering Liverpool versus Atlanta Champions League match tonight. Apologies to some people. Obviously, we were meant to be doing a different stream tonight, but that's been postponed and moved to next week instead, or next Tuesday, by the looks of it. We'll get into that more as the show sort of goes on, but yeah. 1 second. Get me my scoreboard on the screen. And that. And yeah, we haven't missed anything so far, so that's good. We are currently 0-0. A few minutes in. Again, I do apologise for being late. Another thing. Also, I want to send my condolences out to, well, there's two different, obviously, how can I put it? Friends and family. I need to send my condolences out to, obviously, first and foremost within the Arsenal fan base. For anyone in the Arsenal fan base, you don't have to follow, but know of like AFTV or what Celebrity Big Brother a few years ago. It was on Channel 5. A guy went by the persona of Heavy D. Was announced he died in the early hours of this morning. So I do want to say, even though me and him had our differences in the sense of how I saw him do things or approach things, and how I thought he portrayed the fan base. My opinions are different to his, and that and this, that, and the other. I never wished that on what ever happened to him. I don't wish that on anyone. And first and foremost, he was an Arsenal fan, and we are an Arsenal family here. So anyone that's friends of his or close family, I do send out my thoughts and prayers to yourselves. Can't imagine what you're going through, especially this time of year, especially the year we've had. You can't. It gets shit. I can't wait for the new year because it's a shitty year. I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of 2020. And also, John says he mentions every day, but he also mentions someone else, Diego Maradona. Even though we have the English connection ourselves, and even though I wasn't around, I was nowhere near being around at the time when obviously the hand of God and everything that happened, that Mexico World Cup happened. Obviously, we always have that. I can't put it. Feel that feeling of being cheated, and especially obviously going on, him and his country going on to win the World Cup. It's taking out the equation. He's a fantastic footballer. Let's not get it twisted. And taking out all the controversy that came into his life in the end of his career and his coaching career, he was a fantastic player, one of a kind. And if you could arguably say better than the current Argentinian number 10, because at least with Maradona, he proved it not just at club level, at the international stage, i.e., winning the World Cup for his country. Being able to drag that team through to a World Cup final, not only just a final, but to win it. There's some good players there, don't get me wrong, but they weren't to his level. He got, and he continued to represent his country with absolute pride. And when it was needed in the early years of the country sort of falling off the football scale, so to speak, in 2006, for the 2006 World Cup, he came back for his country. He stepped up when it was needed, obviously didn't get the end product he wanted. He got to, what was it, I'm trying now, quarterfinals of the World Cup, knocked up by Germany and penalty shootout, but he still stepped up. And yeah, as I said, taking out the equation, what happened in that one World Cup with us, the hand of God, and obviously meeting years later that he did do it, this, that, and the other, taking out all that equation. Again, I've got to send my thoughts and prayers out to his friends and his family. And it's got to be a fucking very dark time because what 2 weeks ago he had surgery and a blood clot in his brain, and 2 weeks later, in the aftermath of it all, his body, with everything that's gone on in his life, the body clearly couldn't take it. And as we all know, what's happened. And again, taking out the controversy, he was a fantastic player. And again, my thoughts and prayers go out to all his friends and all his family for this. What they're going for is a very dark time. And again, 2020 is a shit year. There's just rammed home how fucking shit this year's been, and I can't wait. Another 5 or 6 weeks of this shit, and then a new year. Hopefully, we get a better year than what we've had. Oh, but yeah, back to the actual game we're covering. I need to say it's going into the football chat, the live chat. Sorry, in my head's that bad. My head's that frazzled today. Bernie also says in the chat, any England fan who still complains about the handball, we need to remember that ball never crossed the 1966 final because it was Falklands War. I think no, it's not just that. It was even taking out obviously go back to you talk about 66 there. That's a different World Cup. It involves 2 different countries. And end of the day, it was an Ireland that gave that goal in the day that World Cup. But this was a clear and obvious handball. Everyone in the stadium saw it. I think even the linesman at the time, I think now, was kept quiet. But a few years later, admitted he did see it, but didn't want to. Oh, I can't remember what it was said now, but basically he admitted to seeing it, basically. But it is what it is. I mean, I'm taking out the equation of that, and the whole controversy that came with his career, not just with that one game, obviously later on in his career, the drug habits and even his coaching career sort of resurfaced here and there. And it is a shame he is gone. And 60 as well. I thought he was old. To be fair, I did think he was old, a few years older than 60. So that's still a very young age. But again, that goes to show what can happen when you sort of don't look after yourself and your body, and you put them sort of the drugs he did put into his system for so many years. It comes back and bites you on the arse. It does things like this, but again, it's a once in a lifetime player, and in my opinion, he is better than Lionel Messi. There's no doubt about it, in my opinion, because Maradona proved it not just at a club level; he proved it on the international stage for his country, and he's a World Cup winner, or was. You know what I mean? There's no beating around. There's no getting around it. It is what it is. Anyway, and don't get me wrong, Messi's a fantastic player, but because he hasn't got that World Cup, because he hasn't done what Maradona did in them World Cups that he won and dragged his country to not just the final, but over that finishing line. You sort of how was that question mark over Messi? Whereas Maradona, as I said, he stepped up. This is before my time, before I was even born. So I don't know. I don't know. Again, I don't know if you guys will agree with me on that, but it is what it is. We got Melina in the chat as well. Hope you're okay, Melina. Regulars John86. Mark Green's also joined us in the chat. Oh dear. Obviously, as I said, Brownie as well. Been saying hi, Adam. Good effort on yesterday's quiz. Yeah, and if anyone that doesn't know, it was on me, myself, Brownie, Russ, and I'm trying to think now. I can't remember his name. Natesh was over on Sam Greenwood's channel last night for a general knowledge quiz. Yeah, and obviously Russ went on to win by a point, beat me by a point. I came second. He had 21.5 points. I finished on 20 and a half. Natesh and Brownie came third and fourth respectively. But yeah, Brownie's sort of had a. He's going back and watch, but he wasn't happy in the second round. He was not a happy chap, so we say. That quiz was tough. Yeah, to be honest, I'm surprised. Sorry, I'm surprised I did get half the questions I got. Well, I put a video of Mo Jones' performance against England '86. Put the 2 goals to one side. The second goal, that's the thing. The second goal, again, and taking out the equation of the hand of God situation. Well, it's not even hand of God, but that's what he named it, the hand of God. Situation, that handball, that first goal. A few minutes later, he showed how frustrating it was for us seeing that he'd just done that. And then a few minutes later, he's shown his brilliance. He took the ball from just inside his defensive half and just tore our team apart. Went through it like nothing better. Oh dear! It must have been first. Yeah, again, I wasn't even born in '86. I was a few years later. Trust me. And watching it back, I must be thinking the people around there must be so frustrated because him doing that and then a few minutes later doing what he did for the second goal and making a very good England squad look absolutely abysmal. It's like, well, you didn't have to. Again, you didn't have to do that. Then it's not like it must be so frustrating, but it is what it is. Because I remember what I'm trying to think now. I'm 31 now. When I was about 14, 15, it sort of there's a woke up one day to the weekend as well, and Sky News were reporting that he'd gone in for surgery back then, and the reports were coming out before he obviously confirmed it was all fake, that he'd passed away during the actual operation or something. And I was thinking, oh, I couldn't believe it then. And knowing obviously who he was and what sort of play was then, I was like, no, I can't have done that. And I sort of relieved that it was not true. That's again when this broke today about Diego, I was hoping it was another idiot being an idiot and making up a story just to get clicks and retweets. Obviously, that's not the case, sadly. Miss Belinda saying 15 for 0 so far. Okay. Remember, if anything happens, Belinda, and then in the chat, can we please not make a big deal out of it? Because, yeah, I'm just sick of giving anyone like that any attention now. It is what it is. We move on. It happens. We see it. We move on. I'm okay with doing the scores at the door, sort of how many likes or dislikes and this, that, and the other. Just don't. If there is any dislikes, if it goes up or down or stays as it is, or one pops up here or there, and just put it in the chat. It's fine. Just don't make a big deal out of it because it gives the person the attention they crave. And also, not only am I getting sick of giving that person sort of addressing it every stream, and i.e. giving that person the attention he craves or they crave, I know for a fact other people are sick of going over it now. We spoke people I spoke to privately away from it. It is what it is. We move on, and I'm not willing to keep going on about it and lose good friends and subscribers to this channel because of that one person. So, or people, the same. So yeah, that's a sort of wanted to put that out there as well. Dear. John saying my first World Cup was Italy 1990. I would have been literally just turning one that summer, or I would have just turned one going into that World Cup. Being a odd boy in May, yeah. For me, the first World Cup I actually sat down and watched the entire competition was France '98 for me. That's the first one I actually sat down, not just watched the England games, but I watched other games and this, that, and the other, and actually wanted to watch the World Cup final, France versus Brazil. And obviously, having watched it and Petit obviously scoring 2 to 3 goals, and him and Vieira in the midfield, sort of that Arsenal connection for me at the time was like, so an Arsenal player. In those Zidane, obviously, it was a team effort, and then Zidane scored the second goal. Not the second goal. He scored one of the other. It was the other goal scorer. Sorry. Him. I mean, Petit scoring 2 of the goals, like the first 2 as well. And in his position was fantastic because the football was really good, and the goals were really good. I mean, all the goals were really good, but again, from the perspective of an Arsenal fan, very young Arsenal fan as well, seeing someone that plays for your club playing the World Cup final and score for his country, and obviously show how much it meant to him, was a new experience that obviously talk about now I will never forget. But that's the first one sort of sat down and sort of watched, because obviously too young for 90. Obviously, as I just said, 94. I can't remember. I'll be honest, I can't remember 94. Don't think we qualified. I can't remember being qualified. I don't think we did. As far as I remember, England didn't even qualify for France '94 anyway. Anyway, let's try and get back to the game. I need to try to get the game up. It's doing my head in. The fucking BT app's been a pain in the ass. I need to check the scores. While I'm doing all this, I need to check the scores as well. We want to update, of course, that'd be fantastic. Obviously, one sec. It's now loading. We're going to get the scores up as well. Go through some of the scores as well, guys. Borussia Mönchengladbach won 4-0 earlier on this evening against Shakhtar Donetsk. Man City won 1-0. Phil Foden with the goal away to Olympiacos. Now the current scores around Europe are currently Ajax 0, Midtjylland 0, Atletico Madrid 0, Lokomotiv Moscow 0, Bayern Munich 0, Red Bull Salzburg 0. Be interested to see how Dominic does tonight there. Inter Milan 0, Real Madrid 1, Atlanta 0, Liverpool 0, Atlanta 0, Marseille 0, Porto 0. And the goal scorer for Real Madrid was Eden Hazard from the penalty spot as well. Oh dear. 22 for 0, so. Cool. Let's get this game up. Also, guys in the chat, anything you want to talk about, just obviously put the questions in there as well, or whatever. Do bear with me tonight. I've had a bit of a migraine this evening, so my head's like, Suddenly, it only last half hour before I went live as well. Hence why another reason why I was late, as I said. And then my laptop decided to be a pain in the ass. Go. Look about this house. Oh yeah, 21 minutes in, still 0-0. Cool. So yeah, I'm happy with that. Go back and forth. I mean, guys, obviously, obviously, Melina gave her score prediction earlier. She said Liverpool to win 2-1, I believe. I need to go and check that, actually. I'll pick up John again. Guys, you're going to get sick of me at some point. Yeah, probably Toby over there. Because this stream itself wasn't paid. There was other stream planned, but I've had to move. As it stands, it's scheduled for Saturday, but we're going to move it. We've confirmed we're doing it on Tuesday, a bit early than well, it's going to be today anyway, to accommodate Sam as well. And we'll do that Tuesday evening, next Tuesday evening. Next Tuesday evening, and then the following week we're going to do in between there's one as well, but they sort the date out for that. There's no double bookings and any incidents what we had today. Liverpool. Yeah, Melina went for a 2-1 Liverpool win. Okay, so yeah, I'll get your score predictions in, guys, and not just for this game, for all the other games as well. Oh dear. But I don't really want to ask what's in your bed, what you're talking about. I mean, oh, lasagna. You're on about you guys are obsessed with fucking lasagna. Jeez. Right, it goes back to this. So I'm literally going back and forth between tabs. Oh dear, because the BT app's been a pain in the arse suddenly. And will not let me watch the game on the app for some bizarre reason. Saying too many streams got up, people too many streams up on the app, so but no one else is using the app. I don't know that for a fact. Freaking idiots. Ejects. Just got to check a few things. Cool. Also tomorrow, again, going to be doing obviously the Mulder versus Arsenal Watchalong because it's away from home. It will be an early kickoff as well, UK time wise. It'll be 5 to 6, I believe. The time they give us That's another thing I hate about your first Europa League. If you're a certain part of Europe, a European a team playing a certain team in Europe, if you're away from home, all your away games are fucking stupid. Yeah, 5 to 6. Tomorrow evening, so we'll be going live at 5:30. Myself, Melvin, Russ, Sam. There's something else. I did confirm with other people as well for Thursday. And I've also got Sunday somewhat sorted, somewhat being the operative word. And that's it, Andrew tomorrow as well. That's it. So we've got most of the guys back on for tomorrow, and as it stands on Sunday, but I need to obviously wait for. There's a couple I need to wait on to hear back from. And now my freaking live comments are playing out. Of course they are. John's gone for a 2-0 Liverpool win. Oh, 1 second. What's happened here? Also, I want to get your guys' thoughts on obviously the UK government deciding to go back to this 3-tier lockdown system, and now all of a sudden it's now deemed safe for if you're in tier 1 or tier 2 to have at least either 4,000 or 2,000 fans in a stadium. Unless you're in tier 3. Tier 3, you still got to play behind closed doors. That's sort of it's like you're sort of appeased. And I think Russ sent me a thing earlier. Sent us me and the guys a image. I'm trying to think now. My head's gone blank. Yesterday, basically saying it was like explaining. Obviously, we don't find out until tomorrow, obviously, but it's estimating that certain parts of obviously, as we know, certain parts of the country are going to be deemed tier 3 and who's going to be deemed tier 1, tier 2. It's an estimate, and going by it, it's if what Russ sent us yesterday is to sort of become reality. A lot of questions are going to be asked, and suddenly it's going to not just raise questions about the Tories as a party towards certain parts of the country, but all the data they've been releasing and everything they've been saying about certain areas of the country, going by what Russ has sent us, what Russ sends us contradicts that. And if the government go ahead and put the likes of Liverpool, keep Liverpool in the tier 3, Manchester, Burnley, Yorkshire. I'm going to get it up on set actually, so I can just show you guys, and you can get a rough idea of what I'm on about. Because I'm not just rabbiting on for the fucking sake of it. I get a clear idea what I'm talking about. But basically, it's saying, considering they're saying Liverpool, the likes of Liverpool in the northwest and Yorkshire, the numbers are coming down in terms of infection rate, death, this, that, and the other. Whereas everywhere else in the country was going up, number-wise, and not basically, obviously, that's not good. This image basically sort of contradicts. Well, it doesn't sort of. It does contradict what they're putting out, especially if they go ahead and say that the likes of London and all that, and North London and etc. aren't going to be in tier 3 like it should be, considering what you're saying to us, the public, and your opposition people, and this and the other. It's going to be a whole lot of hell. Just bear with me, I need to go into the actual right group chat. I need it, one sec. Bear with me, I need to find it. Also, I want to talk something else. Arsenal. It's Arsenal related, but I'll come chat in a sec after you sort of touch on this, if it allows me to go into it and find the image so I can share with you guys in the group chat. But it's going to take a while to find. So do bear with me. Oh, don't be a dick. There we go. That's the image I wanted. Right. I'm going to share the screen with you guys, so do bear with me a second. Oh, that's the one I wanted. I believe, yep, that's the one. Still 0-0, by the way, in the Liverpool game. A bit of back and forth, really. Nothing to see home about there, but as you can see on the screen, hopefully, yeah, this is what Russ sent us yesterday in the group chat. As you can see, it sort of contradicts what the likes of Boris Johnson and the government have been telling us about the northwest, in terms of Manchester United, Man City, Liverpool, and Leeds, Sheffield United, the Yorkshire area things. No, obviously Midlands wise, you sort of expect, because that the sort of Midlands teams falls into what they were saying before, in the sense of the numbers weren't going down, they were going up, so they sort of make sense. Whereas obviously Everton, Liverpool, United, City, Leeds, Sheffield, obviously Yorkshire itself and whatever, were said to be going down and being safe to do, obviously go ahead of things like this, the tier 1, tier 2, or behind closed doors. Tier 1 obviously being green there. So if you're in tier 1, you can have 4,000 fans at your, no more than that, into your respective home grounds. 2,000 for tier 2, and as I said, red behind closed doors. And as you can see by this, what Russ was able to get hold of. I don't know where he got it from, by the way. So if he's in the chat, he might be able to let you know. But the only ones that would be deemed tier 1 would be South. Apparently, this is all rumors until We'll find out 100% tomorrow. It'll leak some point tonight and then confirm tomorrow. Southampton and Brighton fall into the tier one, so they'll be out 4,000 fans into their stadiums respectively. And obviously it'll be home fans because of everything that's going on. They won't want other fans from other clubs travelling, this, that, and the other. And then for tier two, so the two allowing only 2,000 fans into your stadium respectively would be going from the top. Newcastle United, Leicester, West Ham, Crystal Palace, Arsenal, Fulham. That look down the road, and the team from West London, Chelsea. And then other than that, the ones that, again, I keep going on about it, Leeds, Sheffield United, Burnley, West Brom, Wolves, Villa, Everton, Liverpool United, and City apparently going to be made to still remain behind closed doors. And again, I'm just going to take this off the screen now. Stop this. Go back to the game while I'm chatting away to you guys. But again, it's going to be interesting going by that. If that's anywhere near what they are sort of expecting to happen, a big up the Arsenal Misfit, by the way, just joined us in the chat. Joined us in the chat a couple of minutes ago. But as I said, going by what that image I showed you guys, it's going to be interesting to see. How can I put it? What the likes of the BT Sport, Sky Sports, the BBC, and Amazon Prime, respectively, do from here on out. If they are going to continue down this route of still showing every Premier League game to everyone else at home, because obviously 4,000, 2,000 fans are still, that's how they come down a small margin, especially for the bigger clubs as well. The likes of ourselves, that lot down the road, Chelsea, the ones that are lucky enough, and then even then, the ones that are not lucky enough have any fans in City, United, Liverpool, Everton, even, and Leeds themselves, they're going to need fans in their state. We all need fans in our stadium. Don't get me wrong, but the maximum being 4,000 is still small numbers, even for the smallest stadiums in the league. That's still small. There's still nothing really in terms of revenues, but more so for the bigger club, because that's not even. They wouldn't even, for the big clubs, like the ones that have the big stadiums, like ourselves, West Ham, Chelsea with their 40,000, 38,000 capacity stadium there. That lot down the road, their brand new billionaire in debt stadium. United, City, Liverpool. I mean, City, you can sort of they're bankrolled, they're fine. In that sense, it doesn't really affect them because they've got a country running their fucking club. But okay, United, Liverpool, Everton, even Villa, because that's a 40,000 capacity stadium, if I remember correctly. Newcastle's 50,000. So in the grand scheme of things, it's nothing. It's not really helping. I think if I'm going to be brutally honest and just to be cynical for the sake of it, I would argue that the government have only suggested this scheme, if you will, to not only appease the football clubs that are lucky, obviously, as you saw, were lucky enough to, as it stands, again, I will be doing a show on this. Once it's all confirmed tomorrow, I will do a live stream straight away with a proper full-on reaction and go more in depth in it because it's official. It's going to be interesting. It's still not enough. It's likely that they're appeasing the Premier League clubs, are allowing effectively a few fans in here and there, and I think it's again they're trying to appease certain fans as well that want to, because they're like, oh, it's Christmas, because all this bloody thing about Corona's going to take 4 days off apparently here in the UK between Christmas Eve and the 28th. It's going to take, coronavirus will not exist. You can do what you want. Well, hey, it's like, again, it does seem like this is a setup for. It's going to fail, obviously, because if what they do tell us is the truth, and I very much doubt it, without doing test runs in the process, there's no knowing what this could do in these respective parts of the country or in the country itself. And you watch numbers will go up, and you'll get guaranteed adding into the equation the 4-day thing between the 24th and the 28th of December, taking that into the equation as well, adding in literally because as we all know here in the UK in terms of football, how vast it's going to be for the next now between now and the end of January, beginning of February. It's going to be coming thick and fast, as I've been saying. So content-wise and channel-wise, it's going to get more and more. But as I was saying, numbers will go up. If this backfires, they'll be like, "Well, look, guys, we didn't want to let you guys go back to your sporting events here, like Premier League football or Championship League 1, League 2, whatever, or rugby or whatever sport you're interested in." It was obviously open to the public, basically, that we've suddenly opened up. We didn't want to do it, but you're sort of forced to have it. And this is now what's happened, guys. So, it's all your fault, basically. Oh, big chance there for Liverpool, by the way, going back to the game. Oh dear, so I am back and forth, so I do apologise for that at the moment, but it's just like stuck between the rock and a hard place, put it that way. Because we can't win, no matter what, we can't win. No, we know if things like this backfire and the numbers go flying back up again and we have to get into another national full-on UK lockdown again after the new year, which more likely will happen if, again, what they say is true and the numbers will fly up, this, that, and the other, then we've sort of got to half expect that's going to happen. But you know what the fucking bumbling idiot and these cronies are going to say? It's all our fault for going out. Well, hang on, you've given us a bit of a leash. Adding into the equation, obviously, adding into the equation of the Christmas period between Christmas Eve to 28th of December, adding that into the equation, and then you're allowing a minimum for each club, for most of the clubs in the Premier League, and that's not including that's not even including Championship, League 1, League 2 levels as well, where they fall into. Maximum of 4,000 fans in each stadium, or 2,000, or nothing. Depending on where you are, respectively, you fall into what bracket you fall into. You're just asking for trouble. It's asking for trouble. We'll get blamed for it. And also, what I don't get is another thing I don't get about this allowing fans back into the stadium thing. It's great. It's the first step towards getting back to some sort of normality in respect of not just football, but sport in general, live sporting events in general. But can I word this? It'll come to me in a minute, but it's just, oh dear. It'll come to me in a minute. My arm has just gone blank. As always. I've fucking got a fucking headache, but it is what it is. I mean, it's actually been a pretty good game to watch, actually. And Anto tactically trying to obviously frustrate Liverpool, but at the same time allowing them most of the ball here. But at the same time, then when they time it right, counter attack, not they're on their attack now, and then to see what happens there. Need some support. Oh, this will be interesting. Let's not forget, Atlanta are a decent team as well. I mean, they haven't started this season off well in terms of the Champions League, and I don't know how they've done in Serie A, but Champions League wise, hasn't been a good start to the campaign for them, considering they were last season quarter finalists in this competition. And at half time, in about a few minutes' time, I will be put up the live update for half-time scores in and around Europe for you guys, and we'll go through them all. But apparently, Bayern Munich have gone 1-0 up, by the way. shocker there. Yeah, but I just oh dear. I mean, it's gonna get messy before it gets better. Let's be honest. I was going to say, it is obviously fantastic that we're sort of seeing some sort of normality. That was what I was going to say. Yeah, some sort of normality to allowing some fans back in, and a sort of slow, gradual thing as they're sort of doing. But obviously, again, it could backfire. As I said, it more likely will, and then we'll get us, the peasants, get blamed for it. But at the same time, they're doing this, they're allowing this. That, or you can have either maximum 4,000 or 2,000 or nothing. Oh, if you fall in the first two tiers, obviously allowing 4,000 or 2,000 fans in, sort of. Yeah, Lewandowski with a goal, by the way, for Bayern Munich. But they're allowing you in, but you can't. Obviously, you'll be massive. You'll be sat way all on your own. You can't, even if you're meant to be going like, you've obviously respectively how you get your ticket. I think Arsenal doing a ballot system or whatever. I don't know how all the other clubs are doing it, but no matter what, if you're lucky enough to get a ticket for your respective team play, you're sat on your own, no one around you at all. You can't sing, chant, say anything. You got to sit there in deadly silence. You can't have a drink while you're in the stadium as well, like either a hot drink or a cold beverage, whatever. You can't bring any food in it. You can't obviously bring any food, whatever the case anyway. You can't even buy food on the site either. So my thing is, like, what's the point then? Literally, it may as well literally be as it is now. Then we can't. If, the lucky ones that get able to get tickets, as I said, for their respective clubs, so they can't chant for their team, support their team like they would do, but in a normal situation, normally when they were before all this, then what is the bloody point? Like, seriously. Then it may, as I said, it may as well be stay as it is now. Then no one's allowed in. That's it. Just going back into the chat, guys. Do you seriously have to sit there in silence? That's meant. Well, that's the rumors. Again, these are the rumors that are going around. These are the things that have been leaked out by the government, leaked out from the government in the last 24 hours. Lone Camp. Obviously, as I said, I will be doing a stream. Well, I'm obviously doing a stream for the Watchalong going tomorrow. But obviously, as more things come out throughout the day concerning who's going to fall in tier 1, 2, 3, respectively, and what that means for not just the Premier League, but for more so for Arsenal, and then all the details in and around it. Obviously, as I said about the sitting in dead silence and all that. If that is actually true, they are actually going ahead with that. That's just ridiculous. It's just like, what is the point? As I keep saying, you may as well stick to what it is then, because there'd be no fucking difference apart from 4,000 people are sitting there, or 2,000 respectively, sitting there in dead silence, not being able to fucking support their team, but just sitting there on their own. John says Arsenal fans usually do back up. Yeah, again. To be fair though, it's half time by the way. It's 0-0 still at Anfield between Liverpool and Atlanta. Come away from that, come back into the chat, guys. Hopefully, if it works, bear with me. I'm just going to refresh my page, and hopefully, the comment things will kick back in. And I can sort of get the comments back on the screens for you guys. So I'm not just saying, obviously, comments. I can put your comments out there on the screen. And like that, we're back, and it is now working. Yay! Right, let's go back into the chat. Xavi, who I don't know if he's still watching us over on from Facebook on the Football Fan Zone page, says Liverpool as great as Real Madrid. You're saying if you're comparing Liverpool now to Real Madrid, well, depends what you're comparing to Real Madrid, as in Real Madrid now, or Real Madrid when they had that back-to-back Champions League team that won 3 Champions Leagues in a row. In that case, I don't know. It's not. That's a tough one to sort of go into, and it took me a bit time to think about it. I mean, they're both equally great teams. So if you're comparing them, if you're comparing Liverpool of now and Real Madrid of now, then Liverpool piss all over them all day long. Oh, there's I'll go back into the chat. Obviously, Tahib. We were talking about you early on, Tahib. Well, wonder where you got to. Has just joined us in the chat. Big up yourself. Xavi's also asking, what do you think of Maradona? Obviously, we did touch this again. We did touch on this at the beginning of the stream. I did again send my thoughts and prayers out to his friends and family, and obviously Heavy D's family as well. But again, I did say he's a fantastic player. Taking out the equation, obviously the controversy at the end of his playing career and throughout his coaching career, his personal life, and taking at the equation the controversy he caused personally to a lot of England fans back in '86. I wasn't even born in '86, but knowing what that controversy or that hand of God goal caused, taking all that out of that equation. Yeah, I am gutted, and as I said earlier, I was hoping, if anything, it was just some sicko being an absolute twat and just putting that sort of thing out there for the sake of it. Because I did know he had surgery a few weeks ago, but I thought he was over the worst of it. But obviously his body clearly couldn't cope with the aftermath of it all. And cardiac, what a way it got, a cardiac arrest as well. Let's go. Mark also in the chat said, again, I do apologise for being a bit late on the screen and all that. Thoughts on tomorrow night? I'm kind of looking forward to it in one sense, because again, it's another chance from Arteta to, again, going by the squad he's taken out as well, to try some of these youngsters. Balogun's got travelled out there. Smith Rowe's travelled. If Balogun and Smith Rowe aren't in the starting 11, I'm going to be rather concerned into why he's taking them then. Because what's the point? You're trying to convince Balogun to sign him. The one thing he wants that will make him commit to this club and sign a new contract is giving him playing time and giving him a chance to get into the first team on a full-time basis. But apart from that, again, as I said, it's a chance for Arteta to tweak a few things, try a new player. When I say tweak a few things, I mean, like, as I said, try the likes of Balogun and Smith, give them a run out. Again, as I said the other night, don't change the formation now. After the international break, you've changed it to this 4-2-3-1 formation, Arteta. Stick with it. But when I say tweak things, I mean try different players in different positions that players you haven't used before. This is a perfect way. Literally, we need to do effectively. We can afford to draw tomorrow. We're qualified. We don't have to win. It'd be great. Obviously, it'd be great if we could win. Fantastic. Obviously. And I've said it already for the tournament that even started, that we should win every single game in this group. But it's, again, as I said, it's a perfect opportunity to try some of these youngsters, give them a run out, try Balogun up front on his own, and obviously rest Aubameyang on the bench as a worst case scenario sort of thing. But have Balogun up playing as a lone striker. Smith Rowe that number 10 role, not number 10, but the cam role, the sort of the creative midfielder role and things like that. Just try something different and see. And if it works tomorrow night, I know again it's Mulder, it's away, but it's a European competition. If it works, great. Then don't be afraid to then try it on Sunday. I know it's Wolves and it's different opposition, it's different calibre of opposition, as I've said. But until you've tried it, you don't know if it's going to work at that level. And if it does work, keep going. Then you found something. You found a solution. You're not going to find the right solution if you just stick to the same old thing. And also, I'm looking forward. Hopefully, touch wood. Thomas Partey plays tomorrow evening as well, because obviously that means that I can put him back into my FPL team for Sunday, because he's currently on my bench. And again, he's has to play that. And as I said on Sunday, considering we didn't have Partey in the team on Sunday, it's just gone for the Leeds game. And we were down to 10 men, as I said, and this, that, and the other. We did pretty well. So imagine what in a certain. When I say pretty well, I mean in the circumstances we were given in the end. Before anyone comes at me in the comments later on, fucking hell, oh dear. Because I had a few of them over the weekend, and I just tried explaining it, and hopefully they sort of saw it from where I saw it. But I was going to say now, but it's just my head gone fucking hell. Oh dear. But it's just imagine. Yeah, I was just going to say it. So imagine what we could do in this formation with Partey in that role where Xhaka had to obviously play on Sunday. It's even better for us as a whole, in my personal opinion, because his levels above what Granit is, and there's no disrespect. And yeah, Granit sort of, when Arteta first came in, sort of picked up his form. People go, "Oh, Arteta convinced him to stay." Yeah, what do you want him to do? He's in a situation. He's inherited a fucking mess. One of the senior players wants to leave, but he knows in a January transfer window he can't go out and replace him. So, okay, he sit back as an inexperienced coach goes, okay, no problem. You go to her for fucking Berlin for 40 mil, but we can't reinvest that money now, and we sort of, how can I put it, risk not getting in not even winning the FA Cup then, and things like that. There are certain risks that could have happened, things that obviously happened with Xhaka staying that wouldn't have happened. And to be honest, Xhaka did pick up his form. We did start playing better without the armband under Arteta. But this season, these 2 seasons on the way, things like that, he has sort of stepped off the gas, and it's rather. And I keep saying it. I'm going to keep banging the drum as well. It's rather telling that since he got subbed off against Liverpool at Anfield, he hasn't been first name on the starting 11 unless it's Europa League when he's resting certain players for the weekend, or in this last weekend circumstances where he had to play because we had no other option. I think that's rather telling going forward where he now fits in Arteta's plans going forward. But it's looking at it, instead of fucking going overboard like other fans do in this fan base on their respective channels and going mental all the time every time he plays, or bashing Arteta over the head with the stick of, "Oh, you convinced him to stay, so you clearly wanted him." He inherited a mess. He needed some sort of stability to get the house in fucking shape. What did you want him to do? It is what it is, and now he's gone out and got someone who's in the position that Xhaka was playing, who is 10 times better, and who is when he's obviously match fit, is starting ahead of Granit. As I said, Granit's only starting. The only times Granit starts since that Liverpool debacle, we got subbed off and all that. Since then, the only times he started is either Thursday nights in the Europa League, if Partey doesn't start, or in any, which has been, I think, once or twice he's actually started out of the 3 games we played so far. I think it might be once. No, it's twice. He started the first game, I think, yeah. But it's twice. Yeah, twice out of the first 3 where he started in the starting 11. I mean, first one was obviously because Partey had just arrived and he wasn't fully up to speed of what Arteta wanted from him. And then the other time he's actually started in the Prem, and again, you might correct me if I'm wrong, was this Sunday just gone for the Leeds game. And that's only because Partey was still not fully recovered from the knock he took before the international break. And then he had obviously had to self-isolate because of fucking Mo Salah doing what he's done. El Neni tested positive for COVID, so he's had to self-isolate. So that's meant he had to obviously start on Sunday. I don't know the ins and outs. From what we were told last week, Partey will be available for tomorrow night. I don't know if he's flown out or not. I don't know how squad's flown out. And hopefully, and if that's the case, hopefully he gets a run out. And Sunday, back to normality. But as I said, it's rather telling that in all this, even before Partey walked through the door, suddenly Arteta sort of lost faith in Granit. And someone put a photo up there yesterday of a Christmas dude from a few years ago from Arsenal. The Arsenal players did a Christmas thing a few years back. And the only players that are now remaining from that photo are Rob Holding, Hector, and Granit. And two of them three have been I say recently. Two of the three players have had not just their leadership skills in it, but their mentality called into question as well. And I can sort of understand it, considering when you're seeing clips put out again on social media again from the 2001-2002 season when Henry at Highbury, after losing 3-2 to Newcastle, and Graham Powell? Was it Graham Powell? It was Graham Powell, Paul Durkin. I think it's Paul Durkin, referee at the time, had an absolute nightmare that night. Sent off Ray Parler for 2 bookable offences, apparently. But the thing is, the card that obviously got Ray Parler sent off was never read or second booking. Even Alan Shearer, it's like every Newcastle player was like, even a player that got deemed to be found even said it's not a booking. No, come on now, da. And he got a second yellow, got sent off, and then after all that, what was it? I'm trying to think now. I think it was 2-1. We're winning 2-1. Went into the last 10 minutes. No. It was 3-1, didn't it? So it was 1-1. And then literally the last 10 minutes in absolute fast. And we all thought the Ray Parler thing was a fast. But then Paul Durkins gives a penalty to Newcastle. Robert going down it's like a sack of potatoes. I think from what I remember, he didn't even get touched. So it's Sol Campbell. Sol Campbell made the challenge, won the ball. Even the commentator said, "Won the ball, great tackle," and got given a penalty. And obviously, the days of the technology what it is now. Obviously, have VAR or VAR or any system like that. And Lions was too far away to get involved, apparently. So Shearer steps up, takes it, scores, and literally we're then having to, with 10 men, have to up the ante and go for it, try to get back into the game, try and get a point, rescue a point from this, and then literally Robert again runs through, and this time instead of going down, actually scores, and it all 3-1. And obviously the aftermath of it all, Henry goes mental. He is not a happy chappy. Actually, Lon Burkett says, looks like refs avoiding first. But you bear with me, guys. I'm going to find a clip because I did like and retweet it, actually. I did put a comment as well because I think people, again, this particular clip was put up in the aftermath of obviously what happened on Sunday with the Granit Xhaka and Tierney situation and comparing of mentalities and this, that, and the other. And as we've seen in the social media as well, some parts of the fan base have said Tierney was immature, he should have done what he'd done. But yet we did. But back then in 2001, 2002, we deemed it was acceptable and sort of put up there that obviously these likes of Henry doing what they're doing, and even fast forwarding 2 seasons later, obviously, to an even bigger sort of incident that's known even now to this day. It's talked about to this day. The incident in the beginning of the 03-04 season at Old Trafford when Van Nistelrooy obviously gets Vieira sent off, and in the aftermath of him missing the penalty, and the infamous or famous image, whatever you want to look at it, where Keown's like, but literally jumped back, celebrating and sort of getting in Van Nistelrooy's fucking face. And everything that happened from there on in, it's sort of, even then we were like, fucking hell, yeah. And even the players said, I think Neyman said, because he just joined us obviously that summer, and he's like, it was that moment we realised that the team spirit was at such a high that everyone's mentality, and not just the mentality, the passion they had for each other, that they had each other's backs no matter what in a match. It meant so much to him as a newcomer coming into the Premier League and this, that, and the other, because he thought he might have been different coming from the Bundesliga. And this has been rude from over on Facebook. Move your face when I watch the lot. Again, right. So going to keep every watch song. I seem to be saying this. Again, the clues and title, Watch Along. Okay? It is currently 0-0. You haven't missed nothing. And I can't show the game. Legally, I cannot show the game here on YouTube or on Facebook, because if I put the game on the screen, or even allow you to hear commentary of the game, how can I put it? I will lose the channel. Go find a watch along somewhere that has the title Watch Along in it, where it's showing you the game, and see what happens to them if they're doing that, by the way. Then come back to me, because we can't do it. We are not allowed to do it. Again, clue is in the title Watch Along. I don't like to come across rude, and how I've said that does come across rude and abrupt, but I'm sort of, if I'm being honest, but especially when I've got a migraine at this moment in time, sick to death, and especially in how rude your comment is. I'm sort of sick to death of having to constantly say it every fucking watch along I do, be it these neutral watch alongs or a what's that? Or a bloody Arsenal watch along. Is like, it is what it is. If it's Premier League games, Premier League will come after me and have me shut down because the deal they've got with YouTube. And the same thing goes when it comes to UEFA competition as well. The things they have set up, UEFA and YouTube have set up, we cannot physically show the game on the screen. I'm more than happy to tell you where to go to find a stream to watch it along with me, i.e. watch along, by the way. If you obviously got your internet good watching me, go on to open a tab up and put www.hesgoal.com, and it'll then go on to that, and it'll give you a list of all the games that are currently live. And obviously, you click on the one, i.e. this one we're watching now, coming tonight, Liverpool versus Atlanta, and that's how we watch along together and interact in the chat and not be rude. So I'm not expecting an apology. I would like an apology, and if I don't receive an apology, then I will have to, how can I put this nicely, block your ass. Back into the chat as well. Mark Green says Van Arsene, Ainsley McInnes, Louise, Mustafi, Holding, Xhaka, Emma Smith Rowe, Willock, Nelson, Balogun, and Pepe for his starting 11 tomorrow. I would actually like to see that lineup. I think I do think that's a strong enough lineup, even with Xhaka in the team, with everything that's gone on recently with the Tierney situation and all that, and what happened between him and what's his name? I can't remember his name now. The Leeds player, obviously, he was hugging and having a laugh with after the game when Tierney trying to rip his head off. And then Tierney went in respectively ripped Xhaka's head off apparently. Afterwards, because obviously Xhaka's wasn't on the same wavelength apparently. But yeah, I think that's a good enough. That, in my opinion, is a good enough lineup, 11 wise, to still get a result out of Mulder tomorrow, be it a win or a draw. Obviously, more so the win. The thing is, if we win tomorrow night, or when we win tomorrow night, because it is Mulder, let's be honest. As long as the players turn up tomorrow night, we win, we qualify. That's it. We are literally through to the next round. So then the last two games, next week and the following week, respectively, home and away to Dundalk, Rapid Vienna and Dundalk, respectively, we can experiment even more and rest some of our big or pet what Arteta would consider players he'd want to use for the Northumberland Derby, for example. Obviously, at the same time, giving some of the youngsters a chance to prove themselves and see if they can sort of put themselves into the sort of window, if you will, of being in the North London Derby squad. That's their squad, so no, it's itchy. It's, by the way, going back to the game, guys, it's still 0-0, not missing much. It's sort of a bit of a, I don't know, end to end, but it's not like, hey. I mean, Liverpool on the attack now, and he's sort of over at the ball, so Lenton they're defending. That's cool. See if they can clear this ball. Alright, just go back into the chat. Alright. Look at that already. Brenny's also saying in the chat, Ryan sent you a photo of Torquay fans for your 40 Towers video. Oh, okay, cool. As again, Ben, I don't know if you was here when I did start live. That was meant for tonight. But Melvin double booked. He's on as we speak. I think it's at Andrew's channel, or which one of them, I can't remember now. But basically, then we've rearranged, and it's going to be next Tuesday, basically. And it'll be an early one as well, so we'll be done before 8, because obviously Sam's got other bits and pieces to do from 8 o'clock onwards on Tuesday. He talked the dates because the plan initially was to be Friday or Saturday, but Friday can't. Melvin can't, so Saturday, but then Sam can't, so he said either Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday's a day that he can do, so that's the case. They'll probably be going live for that one at 6:30 UK time next Tuesday, and we'll be done by 8. So May if we're done even earlier than that, if we're done about 10, even if it's like 10 minutes before any games kick off. Any games kick off in Champions League next Tuesday that are decent to cover. Might even do a watch long as well afterwards. But again, that's Alioski. That's it. But again, that's just running it by the ear, but it going by in the moment basically to see what happens basically. Oh, they've been a long night and day. Arsenal Misfits saying this. The Arsenal team were ready to kill for each other. Exactly. Actually, as I say, for most part of this team will just run and walk away, to be honest. I was happy to see the emotion from Tierney. Exactly. Even I said it. I love seeing that from Tierney, and that's another reason why from day one I've said he's a future Arsenal captain and he should be captain and things like that. It's now going to be hard to give him the armband at the moment because the risk of setting up a Bamiangle, apparently. There may be a bit of that, I don't know. That risk, obviously, he's on a new contract, saying he's honoured to be the club captain and all that. But if he's not, I don't know. But if you bear with me, guys, I'm going to go back onto Twitter quickly. and I'm trying to think now. Get that clip up. It's a bit glitchy. I'll tell you now, but hopefully, me showing it on my Twitter means the Premier League won't come after me. If they do, well, they can put me off. Basically, they won't bother. You know what I mean? Profile. That was it. Likes. I want to find this clip. I know I have it somewhere. Because I commented it, I even made a fucking retweet out of it as well. I quoted we retweet. Oh dear, I don't know what the date is. Oh, apparently I've got to find somewhere else. Tweets and replies. I know I've fucking seen it. I know I definitely retweeted it. I know that for a fact. Here we go. Found it. There'll be a bit of sound for a second time. Right. Where's that? Got a screen share again. Oh, what's it? Have to get back working on daughter's car. Have a great day, everyone. All right, Steve, no worries. But if you bear with me just a couple of seconds, I'm going to put that clip up. Okay. The clip up on the screen here for you all to see. What from the double winning season, 01-02 season. The on me moment I was telling you guys about. I hope you can see it. As I said, it is going to be pixelated and blurry. There's nothing I can do. That's literally the standard, the sort of what's the name of what it is. Hope you can all see. Let's double check. Right. Hope you can hear it too. There's no lag on here on sound. Right, here we go.
Arsenal players are angrily confronting referee Graham Poll in the centre circle. Alan Shearer doing his best to restrain Thierry Henry, who is finding it difficult to be restrained. Gary Lewin sensibly moving in as well. And the Frenchman's anger directed very firmly at the official. I don't think we've heard the end of that incident. And Thierry Henry won't leave it alone. For his own sake and Arsenal's, he should calm down here.
Well, as a man possessed at the moment, I haven't really seen scenes like this. Up against the referee, you can understand their frustration, you can understand their disappointment, but the best thing Thierry Henry can do right now is just get off the field. It's over with, it's happened. He's never going to change those decisions, he's never going to change that sending off by Ray Parlour, he's never going to change that decision for the penalty.
Well, the Arsenal staff and his teammates are doing their best to calm him down, but he won't be calmed down, Thierry Henry. I've never seen him like this, and he's surely going to find himself in very hot water if Graham Poll reports this incident, which he surely will. So it's not Arsenal.
And that, well, it's still 0-0. Yeah, on the attack. Oh, 1-0. As I say that, as I come off that, Atlanta have scored. What a goal. Oh my God. Talk about timing. But that's the thing. That's what I liked about Tierney as well. It's rolling back them sort of years of seeing players like that, show that passion, that desire, that willingness to not have your teammate to have your teammates back no matter what. Even if you felt, no matter what you felt about the person off the pitch, because chat to Dan Potts from the same old Arsenal podcast. I said the other night over on their podcast on Monday night, Lauren and Henri couldn't stand it off the pitch, away from the match day side of it. Henri and Lauren couldn't stand each other. They didn't get on the pitch, but on the match day they always had each other's backs. And there's very reminiscent. I don't know if I can find it going that far back. Jesus Christ. Going back to the incident I mentioned about the Old Trafford in 03-04, when it's all kicking off between obviously our players, when this joining Man United players got involved as well. There's a clip, because obviously I have this DVDs of the season reviews, and this when they were a thing before obviously clubs decided not to do that anymore, especially Arsenal anyway. So I've got the season review of the 03-04 season. I've also got the DVD for the 49 unbeaten run as well. But going back to the actual, in the season review, when they're going, obviously showing all that, everything that's going off in the aftermath, they're discussing the aftermath of it all. Lauren and Henri come up, literally walk up to each other, and literally smashing to each other's chest, basically, like put as in to say we are one, we are of the same mindset. Basically, we've got our guys back, and they both obviously showed that on the pitch. But off the pitch, obviously, either of them could stand each other apparently. But it's that knowing of, even though they can't stand each other, having that same mindset of having each other's backs, no matter what they thought of each other away from the pitch, they always had each other's back. And again, that's another thing that on Xhaka sort of, again, from that perspective, failed to read, has not just failed to read us Sunday just gone, but in other moments as well. And he's 5 years at Arsenal. He's never had that sort of mentality drummed into him. And I'm not saying it's all his fault. He's got to take some responsibility, because again, you've got to have that nous about you to, no matter what, have your teammates back. And it's not just him, by the way. This ain't an attack at Xhaka at all, because let's be honest, the entire most of the how can I put it? Most of this squad doesn't have that sort of mentality, which has been discussing from the years gone by, of having your teammates back, and if you, no matter what, feeling they've been wronged and showing that and standing up for them, and they can't do it for themselves because obviously they've been sent off or whatever, they've been wronged in some way. 2-0. Oh, what a goal! Gets in there, and obviously Roger gone 2-0 up as well. What a goal that was! Liverpool falling apart all of a sudden in the last 5 minutes. Jesus. As I said, this game's been pretty end to end. It had to have done well in this game, and they've been really good. But Liverpool have had their chances as well. But the last 5 minutes, this is a really good goal. If anyone's watching this, oh my God. This has made Liverpool look like a fucking pub team when it comes to defending. The guy's wide open, and that is number 8. I can't remember his name now. Didn't catch his name. But literally wide open, all the space in the world. He's just coming on the volley, side-footed it into the goal. Wow. I mean, you couldn't make it up. I've got to change the scoreline now. 2-0 Atlanta. At Anfield as well. And that's the thing, it's at Anfield, so interesting. So, quickly before going back into the chat, I'm going to go into obviously going around the rest of Europe as well, because I forgot to do that at half time. We're going to go through the latest scores basically throughout the Champions League. I might touch on Championship if it's worth it. Oh my God, Derby County got battered. Okay, we'll go back to that later. But as I said, obviously, Mönchengladbach won 4-0 earlier. Man City won 1-0 as well. But in current games, currently live right now playing, Ajax are winning 3-0 at home to Midtjylland. Ryan Gravenberch, Mazarozzi, and Neres scored for Ajax. Atletico Madrid is still 0-0 at home to Lokomotiv Moscow. Which is, I don't know, that's a weird one for me. But this is a weird one for me because Atletico Madrid, that in La Liga domestically, are doing fantastic. Let's be honest. If you go and look, if you've been watching them all, see where they are in the Liga as well. They are doing fucking. They've got a game in hand as well. So they're second with a game in hand. If they win that game in hand, currently, they go top of the La Liga. But it seems like Champions League wise this season, they just haven't turned up so far this season. I don't get it. But going back to Bayern Munich are winning 2-0 now. Lewandowski with the first goal, as we said earlier, and Maximan Wuba. Real Madrid are winning 2-0, as Mark said in the chat earlier. Rodrigo with the second goal. So maybe Real Madrid do stay in the Champions League. I'd rather them stay in the Champions League, to be honest. As you know, Dante winning 2-0, and FC Porto are beating Marseille 1-0. I'll just need to have a look at the groups. Go for the groups, see how it's affecting everyone. What are we looking for score-wise? Oh, I'm now buzzing. In terms of the Champions League, Group A, Bayern Munich are basically qualifying tonight because everyone else in their group is playing fucking shit, basically. And Atletico are second as it stands on 5 points. They need to win to make it put it to 7 points. There's a bit of a daylight between them and Lokomotiv Moscow, who are in third. Corner coming for Liverpool. In Group B, where it says Mönchengladbach, Real Madrid, Shakhtar Donetsk, and Inter Milan, as it stands, is Mönchengladbach will be top with 8 points. Real Madrid are second on 7 points. Shakhtar Donetsk are on 4 points, and Inter Milan are on 2 points, which doesn't bode well for Conte. Anyway, because they sort of need to win this, then basically to have any chance of qualifying. Mathematically, they can. I'm trying to think. 6 points left after this. Right. It's going to be nigh impossible for Inter Milan. It's still mathematically possible, but it'll be done. It'll be literally game over after the next match day as it stands. No matter what happens, Real Madrid win obviously going to win tonight and win the next game. Sorry. Oh, that's still 2-0. In Group C, Man City are on 12 points, haven't qualified yet, but that may be confirmed if Porto continue to win this evening. If they win, that means Man City will qualify. If Porto, I think now. Hang on. Gosh, this is 6 points away. Surely they would have qualified already. I don't know. They must have already qualified then. But I haven't confirmed it. Maybe it's not confirmed. Maybe it did need Porto to win their game for it to be properly confirmed, because obviously Marseille won. They would have had 9. I don't know. Liverpool are currently, as it stands, top of their group with 9 points. So they as it stands, they're not going to qualify tonight, because Ajax and Atlanta, respectively, as it stands, are both on 7 points. But Ajax are second on goal based on their goal difference, 2 better than currently of Atlanta. With Midtjylland basically just there to make up the numbers, prop up the group basically. Group E, Chelsea qualified last night with 10 points. Sevilla qualified as well. So that group's all but settled. Anything that needs to be settled in that group is who finishes third between Krasnodar and Rennes. Group F, Borussia Dortmund have got 9 points, Lazio 8 points. Trying to think. No one can qualify if I've got this right as it stands, because these are as it stands stats at the moment. As it stands, no one qualifies tonight in that group. It'll go to, literally, but obviously next week Dortmund could qualify along with Lazio, respectively, if they're not playing each other, because I don't know who's playing who next week. Group G, Barcelona are on 12 points, so they are qualifying tonight, along with Juventus, because basically Dinamo Kiev and the other team in that group have got 1 point as it stands, and basically mathematically, with the last two games remaining, cannot be catching Juventus or Barcelona respectively. So it's basically going to come down. The only thing that needs to be decided in this group as it stands, who's going to become first and second, obviously, and then in terms of Europa League, who gets the Europa League spot. And in the final group, Group H, was rather tight actually, considering, with 2 games to go. Man United are currently top of that group with 9 points. Paris Saint-Germain are second on goal difference with 6 points, with +1 goal difference. Red Bulls Leipzig are currently third on goal difference, -3 goal difference, but with 6 points. Even Istanbul could still qualify, basically, with 3 points with 2 games to go. Oh my, that's a fucking hell. That's all to play for in that group. That's going to be an interesting one for the next couple of weeks. Right, just going to come back into the chat now. 24 likes as well, guys. Fuck it. And Bayern Munich, I got 3-0 up. And amongst all that chit chat, Bayern Munich, big up to Mark Green and John saying 3-0. Sane scored as well. Cardiff on 1-0 down as well, says Brownie. City have qualified. Oh, okay. Because usually Sky Sports, I know obviously with the news of Diego earlier on today, maybe that's obviously took preference over them breaking any news about who's qualified and this, that, and the other. But I thought they would have fucking worked out. But hey, it is what it is. Let's go back into the sports app as well now. Go back, as I said, I was going to do the championship. Go for the championship. Obviously, as I said about Derby, it's a full-time result. They got battered tonight. They lost 3-0 away to Middlesbrough. Millwall drew 1-1 with Reading. And as it's the 89th minute, by the way, for these championships games, and Coventry has currently 1-0 up against Cardiff, as Brownie said in the chat. I don't know, it's a bit of a mixed start for Cardiff. They sort of haven't picked up where they left off. I don't know, it's rather concerning from my files of Cardiff fan, put it that way. Bristol City are currently 0-0 with Watford. Swansea are drawing 1-1 with Sheffield Wednesday. Isn't Tony Pulis manager of Sheffield Wednesday now as well? I swear, because Gary Monk got sacked and he was literally immediately brought in 24 hours. In terms of the Liverpool game in Champions League wise, we have got 17 minutes to go plus injury time. As I said, nothing's changed in terms of scoring as it says on the screen. Liverpool are losing 2-0 at home to Atlanta. Again, Atlanta are not a bad team. As I said, they were the quarterfinalists of the last season's competition. Oh, they're big up to the 32. Oh, well, I say that. As soon as I say that, fucking dropped on one. 31 wonderful people watching over the 2 platforms this evening. Dropped to 26 as I say that. Of course it does. And 14 likes over on Facebook as well. Keep that going, guys. Keep sharing it as well. And all over Facebook. if you are over on YouTube watching it, do share the link on your Discord, your social medias, any Facebook groups you're involved in, be it Liverpool group, even if no, it doesn't have to be literally Liverpool or Atlantic specifically Facebook pages. If you're involved in a Facebook football page in general, share it on there as well, and match all your mates, this, that, and the other, on WhatsApp with your mates, Twitter, Instagram, you name it, share the hell out of it. And let's continue to have this channel growing, because we are currently, in terms of the subs as well, just going to check a live sub count as we speak. We are on 1,139 subscribers. Obviously, as you see going across the screen, our next target is 1,500 or 1,500, depending on how you like to look at it. That is our next target. Okay. I'm just looking at something on the studio app, and yeah. Harris. I think Brownie's a fan of Harris, by the way. And when I said I was the Argentinian Peter Crouch, sorry. Okay. Obviously, sadly, we never got to see him play over here in England, so we'll never know. Yeah, even John says that, even for you, Toby, that's a bit close, but yeah. But yeah, Bernie's in the chat. He's not happy with his manager, let's say the least. Oh dear, gotta laugh. You don't laugh, you cry. Oh, wait. Let's see if the BTF actually fucking works. I'm going to continue going back and forth. I have to continue going back and forth, guys. BT need to sort their shit out, seriously. Shine a light on me. Whoa. We're doing 24 likes so far, guys. That's fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic. Who's Harris Brown? Oh, he's the former Mill. I think it's Millwall used to be manager, isn't he? Yeah, former Millwall manager is now manager of Cardiff City after Neil Warnock stepped away last season. Hope he's not a happy chappy. Also, there's another sort of thing I want to sort of touch on. Coming away from obviously football for a split second. Microsoft or Bayern Munich 3-1 now. Ajax 3-1 as well. Goals of Pete Burns. Not really my cup of tea. No of him, obviously, but not my cup of tea. No. Yeah, going away from the football side of things. Obviously, the last week, Sony and Microsoft respectively have released their latest new gen consoles, Xbox Series X and the PS5, respectively. And to say there's been a lot of drama is an understatement. Fucking should never got the part in the first place. Oh dear. Yeah, Neil Harris, the Cardiff City manager. Yeah. Who scored for the consolation goals there, by the way, Mark? That's a lot to ask. Again, Bromley are going to win, aren't they? How many goals is that now? They've won in a row? Obviously, continuing on from last season as well. Jesus Christ, it's literally going to be... by the way things have sort of panned out, it's going to be Bayern Munich versus another in the final. the way things have started so far in this Champions League this season. Liverpool on the attack here. Can they get back into the game for the last few minutes? No. Oh dear. But as I was saying, yeah, respectively, there's been an absolute shitstorm from both Sony and Microsoft, respectively. Obviously, they had a release date last week, PS5 wise, a few days later than Xbox, a couple of days later than Xbox, but both respectively launch day had an absolute stinker in terms of anywhere they're selling their consoles, the sites were crashing left, right, and centre, and people taking the piss basically in terms of setting up bots or that sort of system where they're using the bots to access more than one tab and being able to then purchase more than one console of everything, and then going straight onto the likes of eBay or whatever, and setting up in the price to sell them and make profit, massive as a profit is absolutely ridiculous. And as you said, any pre-orders then they were then because of the site crashing arrived a day later than what they should have done. They should have been arrived on the day of release. They all arrived a day later. And with Xbox as well, they've had a couple more loads of stock in. More recently, yesterday, my brother the other night, the night before, got an email saying, obviously, stock from PC. This is from PC World, Curry's PC World here in the UK, saying new stock was coming in at following afternoon, 1 p.m. UK time. So he's like, oh, okay. Well, he checked it was all genuine. It wasn't a fake thing that's been sent out or anything. It was all genuine. So he's like, okay, we're going to set up my laptop I'm using off respectively, my phone, his phone, this, that, and the other. We set it all up. So at least we have a chance of at least getting in the queue at one of them. And we have to get him a console. So you can sort of transfer all this stuff on Xbox to this new one, this, that, and the other, and sort of basically, you know what I mean. And to say it was a shitstorm yesterday was an understatement. Literally, 1 o'clock in the afternoon comes and goes, and oh dear. Well, I say comes and goes. It basically came. Nothing up. Literally refreshing the pages respectively on our devices. And a minute past 1, the site completely starts crashing again. And then eventually it starts working. About a couple of minutes later, he gets in a couple of queues, gets literally like 500 in 30 seconds. He's literally you're next. And it takes him back to literally back to the homepage where he then can't go on and obviously purchase one of these new consoles. And then the site, then about 45 minutes later, it comes up. The console then appears out of nowhere on their site, saying it's sold out. Whilst in the process on the phone, being told that I had no idea there was no new stock, and all that crap. And the site crashed, and then it turned out the stock actually they were meant to release at 1 o'clock UK time. Wasn't able to be sold because the site, as I said, the site had an absolute nightmare and broke down. So literally, around, so I think now, 3:30, 4 o'clock UK time, his mate literally texted him, get on the site quickly, So he's literally got his phone, within like 2 seconds on his phone, gone on the thing, yep, he's up there, he can buy one, he's gone into it, put all his details in, gone to choose his pay option of what it would have been PayPal, so then he's covered, because if it goes wrong, wouldn't let him pick it, would not let him pick it, and then kicked him out of that thing and said all consoles are sold out. So then I've had to get on the phone and basically say, what the fuck? We're so sorry, nothing we can do, but we're so sorry. It's like, well, that's bollocks. This is 3 times in a week you've released this item and the same issues every fucking time. And what's made it worse this time round is that literally, as we're speaking, idiots are bragging on via eBay that they've got like 6 to 7 consoles by yourselves to sell for like double the price of what you're asking. Well, we always ask you to obviously tell us. I've told him what you're going to do about it. There's nothing we can do. Well, fucking why would we want to tell you then, you twat? Oh dear. So, I know obviously it's a COVID 2020, and obviously people are saying, well, Sony and Microsoft weren't expecting to sell the sort of units they've sold so soon. Even taking over that equation, why not? Because these are apparently next gen, next best thing for their respective items, their respective consoles that they respectively do. So why weren't they prepared? And even then, this COVID thing was over a year in the making. It was already making its way to mainland Europe and spreading itself around the world this time last year. So why weren't the said companies making sure they had more than enough units worth of stock that they didn't have this issue? And I remember I'm obviously rambling on about a non-football thing, but it's just like, as a business, that's not good for business. You'd make sure you have more than enough units worth of in this case consoles on both sides, that they don't run out of stock. And even then, when COVID obviously hits, and obviously their people are still working to make sure everything still goes ahead and they don't have to delay the launch and all that. Why are they not making any more in the process in these months? More than quadruple the amount, because knowing that obviously everyone in the world is spent most of their time at home and still spending most of their time at home. The demand is obviously going to be there on both sides. And yet, yeah, it's like they weren't prepared. And it's like, well, how can you not be prepared? It's probably just me, but yeah. And what really rubs salt in the wound is KSI or JJ, part of the Sidemen, on Instagram last week, 24 hours after the initial launch of the PS5 and all that. He's obviously gone on Instagram and posted a video on his Instagram story of him with 5 consoles in his room, 2 Xboxes, brand new ones, and 3 PS5s. Sorry. Personally, I was like, that come across in bad taste, because again, he goes on to say, I'll go on to say what he's going to say, but basically, for me, it's in bad taste because knowing the situation of what occurred 24 hours prior with the sites breaking down, pre-orders being late, this, that, and the other, and people not being able to get their delivery when they wanted it, or even get the item they wanted, because lots of Code's PC World, any pre-orders that had been made were then cancelled. So everyone that made it literally months in advance had pre-ordered these consoles, suddenly didn't have that security of knowing they're going to get their console, because literally PC World took it away from them like that, because their site could crash and they thought, fuck it. I just thought it was in bad taste what he did there. And then he goes on to say, ha ha, in the following clip, like, oh, ha 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 ha. Oh, sorry, guys, but I had to flex my financial muscle, this, that, and the other. I'm like, okay. But again, it's like, after my opinion of you as a person that changed back to being positive in one sense, and it looked like things are going in the right direction. You started somewhat mature, in full due respect, but in the sense of you're more aware of your actions nowadays compared to previous years, and obviously these are controversy, such as anyone in the UK or in YouTube knows KSI or JJ, and he does that. And I'm just like, seriously, you thought that was a good idea? And then he had another clip straight afterwards, and he's like, "Oh, guys, I've been getting DMs from people saying I should do a giveaway." He's like, "Giveaway, because in the circumstances and all that." He's like, "Yeah, right, that ain't gonna happen." It's like you're flexing your muscle, by the way, and it's taking the piss, and especially when us non YouTube influencers that have that financial flex are being told, not just by Curry's PC World, but like here in the UK, Game, Sony themselves, Microsoft, and anywhere that's been selling these consoles when they were obviously first released and all that. One per house, one per person, one console per person. That's it. And obviously they'll know. Obviously, if that same person is ordering more of a particular IP of particular item at the same address and all that, going by the IP address, this, that, and the other. Yet he's able to get hold of two Xboxes. He even said the both manufacturers didn't give him the consoles. He had to actually go out and buy them. And it sort of grinded. It's again, as I said, it grinded my gears. And it sort of showed a bad, in my opinion, of everything that happened the day before, with everything, both sides of Sony and Microsoft, for him to sort of do what he did. Is sort of like bad taste in my mouth. And I'm just like, seriously. But hey, it is what it is. Full time just happened. Literally, full time was just gone down to win 2-0. So Liverpool have not qualified. They've still got to do the business, respectively, in their group. No, bear with me. I can refresh my page. Some comments are playing up again. 1 second. Time is literally full time. So yeah, finished 2-0. Cheddars, big up Cheddars in the chat. Hope you're alright. He says, "I can't believe I've had my PS4 for 7 years now. How time flies." Yeah, it seems like it seems longer than that, to be honest. It does seem so much longer when you think about it. It's like, bloody, is that long? Oh dear. Cheddars also says about obviously my little, not rant, but my comments on the console situation. Says, "Reduce the product, increase the demand." It's classic. Yeah, it's classic marketing tactic, but at the same time, it's like, again, as I say, we're in a situation where obviously the whole world's on a complete lockdown, so to speak, most of this year, and they could have still done the reduced product, increased, and then, like you said, the increase the demands thing at the same time. But it sort of, it sort of didn't, in the sense of they just stuck to the normal numbers they already had planned to sell. Again, it's just me. It's like they could have still done the low, but reduced the product. They still had a limited amount of product, and still had that increase in that demand. But yeah, it is what it is, isn't it? Especially when you're seeing people literally, like I said, KSI buying with his own money 2 Xboxes and 3 PS5s when he's only going to use one of each. So literally, unless he's given them to his busy mates as a gift, they're just going to sit there gathering dust. And again, like I said, we're being told rules are rules, that one per person. So basically, and he's sort of flouted that. And obviously, he can use his phone to buy one, his computers, this, that, and the other, iPads, whatever. Clearly, it's like, that's a massive kick in the teeth for the ones that literally just want a console. or in my brother's case, one of each. And now he's got to wait till the 28th, which is obviously 3 days away now, for new stock to come in. He's already said, he can't be bothered now. Because 3 times in a place of a week, the consoles have been released to be able to buy, and 3 times the site's crashed, and people are in good way to wait. Are causing the site to crash because they're sending their bots in to buy multiple amounts of the quantity of products, which then leads to them selling on eBay, making a fucking huge, ginormous profit. And he's just like, well, I know what's happening in 3 days' time. The same thing's going to happen. So he's literally just like, again, I'm annoyed because that's literally was the plan, was to get him the PS5 for Christmas, because obviously he's getting his Xbox out of his own money. That's fair enough. It's his money. But obviously, me and the rest of the family are going to help towards getting him the PS5. And it's just like, well, how are we going to fucking do that with this constant fucking fighting a losing battle? But it is what it is, isn't it? Oh dear. Mark Green in the chat as well, also saying, going back to the game, guys, I'm going to stop going back to console now, and a little rant, if you can call it that. Mark says, Liverpool 4 shots on target. Imagine that being us after a game. Toxic. ... Yeah. If that had been us, if that was us tomorrow, as Mark says, that our fan base, oh my god. Oh my good God. It would be a complete meltdown. The world's going to come to an end. Arteta's out of his depth. You name it, it would come out. It would come left, right, and centre. But because it's Liverpool, oh, but it's a one-off. Hang on, what? These are the current Premier League champions, the former European champions at home. To, again, even though they're to a quality side, not to the same level as them. And they've made Liverpool look bang average tonight, in the end. But yeah, I mean, oh dear. My neck is killing me. Neck. Oh, I've got my phone a second, sorry. Got a quick update on things. Oh, we're in the 114 now, yeah. In terms of subs, guys, anyway. Then 26 likes now. Well, hey. Big up Tahir again. Big up you guys, mate. You guys have kept the chat going massive this evening. Oh dear, kept me sane, kept me company. You name it. And obviously, as I said, we could be having 2 streams tomorrow. Obviously, the main one being the one that's definitely happening. Obviously, is Arsenal versus Mulder versus Arsenal at 5 to 6 UK time. That's the thing as well, yeah. Trabe saying 27 likes now, that's cool. But Mark Green, that's a good point there as well. Salah, Mane, Firmino, all played as well tonight. And again, they had a poor night. Absolutely abysmal. But again, if we had a full strength squad, played a full strength front line, and if that, the other, an attack, and we put the performance in they've put in tonight, and they're the stats that they've had, not just our fan base, the media would have an absolute field day, but the fan base itself, especially certain parts of this fan base, is like, oh, he's out of his depth. He needs to be sacked now. How dare he still be here? Why is this person playing? Why is that person playing? They've given up on him. Arteta out, you name it. But again, our fan base is, again, the judges again made a huge point the other night about our fan base on the Same Old Arsenal podcast. If you don't, obviously, if you haven't gone and subscribed to that channel yet, please do. It's a fantastic, obviously, bad podcast and channel. He said about our fan base is so fucking bizarre, because literally one had they're praising the likes of parts of our fan base fan base praise the likes of Jose Mourinho for doing what he's doing at Tottenham all of a sudden in the last few weeks, or Carlo Ancelotti when he started off the season well, or sucking off Pep Guardiola if he pulls off a masterclass and this, that, and the other, or Klopp respectively. But if Arteta does that, or when Unai Emery was at the club, if he'd done it, again I know it's hard with Unai Emery, but if he'd done the exact same thing as that, or they'd done the exact same thing as these managers that I just mentioned about our rivals at Arsenal, they wouldn't get the praise that these people get. And it's just like, I'm not being polite here, how Lee addressed it, but how bizarre can you get? It's like bang over a brick wall. Our fan base does need to fix up, but whilst we've got certain members of the fan base on their respective channel, wherever they are in Europe, doing what they do, and having that following of they have, even if it is from rival fans. The majority of the following is from rival fans watching them just for the sake of it, just for the laughs, the bands. The fan base itself, especially the newer generation of part of the fan base, the young generation, things aren't going to get any better because they don't come to the likes of my channel or the Same Old Arsenal podcast or the Gooners podcast or the Gooner Talk, Dial Square to Wear over and over again, respectively, Cannon Fodder TV, and things like that. They don't come to our channels because we aren't of that mindset, or we have got to be controversial or ranting and raving at every other opportunity just because a result doesn't go the way we want. Because none of it, this is the thing of our fan base. We all support Arsenal. We all want Arsenal to win. And obviously it's not possible to win every game. And the club as a whole are going to have the odd game here and there, or the dip in form, or the performance levels are going to drop. And we've got to remember, and this is another thing, but this about people. This is a responsibility issue that other people that have a YouTube channel or a platform like this need to take responsibility for, and they really don't in their actions. And having that toxic, reactionary tag to your name doesn't help the fan base out at all. Yes, again, you can criticise the manager and things aren't going well and things like that, but it doesn't mean you have to want that person out. We are, like it or not, no matter who would have been hired back in December last year for the new head coach role at Arsenal, no matter who, be it Arteta or Allegri or whoever, this team was in transition. This team needed to transition again. The previous one didn't work out under Unai Emery. A majority of them are obviously players he inherited from Wenger, and he didn't have the time to get rid of them. And they turned on him, and it didn't work out for him. But again, we are back. Again, it's like whenever a new manager comes in, there is that transitional period, especially where the situation where we find ourselves in, where we're not in the Champions League, we're not competing. When something like it happened to us last year, we have to press the reset button and start again. And you know what? This time it does seem like it is going to work this time under Arteta, and with the new setup, with the new regime. With now Arteta obviously been promoted as manager now, along with Edu, him and Edu teaming up. Basically, if you think about it as well, when we had our success, it was this similar. When I say success, I mean like we're winning league titles and being competitive. It was in a setup that we have sort of got now, where we had our manager in Arsene Wenger and David Dean, who is now, obviously, if you think about it, is what Edu is now doing. And basically what it is, in this situation, Mikel will have a list of players he wants. He'll tell Edu. Edu will then go, okay, no problem. It obviously went, obviously, especially in the summer for the big transfers. Okay, no problem. You go and relax, Mikel. You go and sort of rest up. Come back in a few weeks, and you just concentrate on the training pitch. I'm going to do the negotiations. If I need anything else from you, I'll contact you. Da 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 da. And that's pretty much similar to how things worked with Arsene Wenger and Mr. Dean in the early years. Again, with all due respect, under in the Wenger era, the glory years, the competitive years, because there was a system in place, and it does look like we're going back. The club do want to go back to that sort of system because that is what worked. When we started moving away from that, when David Dean obviously left, and we started moving away from that, this was well before obviously Stan became majority shareholder or the majority owner, this, that, and the other. When the club itself started to move to the people that obviously went on to sell Stan and all that, when they started moving away from what was working initially, after we moved to the Emirates, when we started moving away from what had worked at the Highbury, that's when things started falling apart in a competitive sense as well. Don't get me wrong, Stan is no. I don't back Stan at all. I don't trust the guy. I don't get a good vibe from him, basically. Put it that way. And don't get me wrong, I do think his son's different. But again, we won't know until obviously. Again, I don't wish it on anyone, but obviously the day that obviously Stan does leave this mortal realm, that's when we'll see Josh's real intention, because he obviously will be the actual owner. Whereas obviously at the moment he is sort of in charge, but he's not owner, so he still has to go to Dad to sort of push things through and things like that. But it does seem, again, with Josh having sort of hands-on approach, that they've sort of looked into things and they look back to what worked. What is it that the club did back in the end of the Highbury years, and that like obviously 89 and mid to late 90s, early 2000s. What worked? What was it that worked so much? And it does. I've always said it. That partnership that David Dean and Arsene had, that friendship, that bond, that understanding with each other worked, because they're both on the same hymn sheet, they both wanted the same things, and there was an understanding that Arsene was the manager, he just concentrated on with the training side of things and working with the players, but obviously he had a good hand in the transfers as well. He was like, I want this player, I want that player, and 9 times out of 10, David Dean went out and got them, no matter what. Sol Campbell, for example, Robert Perez, Thierry as well. Trying to think. Even the ones that weren't well known, like obviously Stefanos, even even the risky ones that were. But it's Arsene Wenger, so David Dean was like, no, didn't question it. He's like, no problem, I'm going to go and get that Stefanos and Rami Shaban, Richard Wright, Junichi Inamoto, Freddie Lundberg. Fucking, I'm going back now. She's going for the Lauren, and then converting him into from a centre midfielder to a right back. Trying to think now. Lens Lehman when David Seaman left. Kolo Torre, because obviously he had to buy him from another club. It was cheap and cheap, but we still had to go buy him, didn't we? Edu, Gilberto. I mean, the list is endless, and as I said, 9 times out of 10, David Dean was able. Every time David Dean was happy to go and get him, but 9 times out of 10, he'd always get the men that Wenger wanted. Giovanni Van Bronckhorst as well. And we started moving away from that. It started sort of taking that sort of not power away, but giving him, when David Dean left, adding more responsibility to Arsene Wenger's role, and basically saying now everything that David Dean had done, you've now got to do. So you're literally doing it instead of having to relax and sort of, push on, sort of, you don't relax and I'm going to do the business. Someone else is doing the business for you. You just give us the names and we'll do it. You've got to not only just think of the name, you've got to go and do it yourself. That's when things start falling apart. If you think about it, for Wenger itself, because he had too much responsibility that he didn't have any, not with all due respect, didn't have the, say, training, the experience of what David Dean would have. And that's when they brought Ivan Gazidis in as well. And but even then, when he brought Ivan Gazidis, it made no sense because he never did take on the David Dean role like you would think. While from the outside looking in, when he first popped up, you're like, is this seriously the guy that's obviously going to take over and maybe take that responsibility back and help out Arsene? And he never did. If anything, made things 10 times worse. Gazidis has too much of a laid-back approach and still respected Wenger to do all the legwork. But he'll take Ivan take all the glory, so to speak. Whilst fucking us over at the same time. And obviously then Ivan and his parting ways, not only with the fucking Unai side of things, he's obviously brought in, he decided to set up a system where he brought Raul in from Barcelona, Vinay promoted into the board, and my name now, and it's been missing that and all that, and obviously no coincidence that the second he runs away to AC Milan, it all goes to shit. Basically, the power struggle starts to fucking take a full effect, and Raul and Vinay sort of up the ante and force out Sven Mislintat. And then you have all that crap, and then obviously Eddie's then been brought in by I'm assuming by the club more than anything, in over Raul's and Vinay's head. But he's been brought in nevertheless. And not about what, a year and a half? Not even a year and a half. What was it? About 12. So 12 would have been about, I think now, 14 months down the line, Raul's event. Edu spots a few things that are flagging up in his head. It doesn't add up. Obviously, he then recommends to Josh. He goes off to Josh, speaks to Josh, who then speaks to his dad, and then goes back to Edu. And he recommends hiring Tim Lewis, being that he's a lawyer and all that, and bringing him onto the board without making any so-called noise towards Raul to get him on alert. The second I got him in, hi Tim, got a job for you. Can you have a look at this for me? And then, yeah. And no matter how they sort of address it, Raul was sacked because he got found out. They clearly had something. They found something out they didn't like. When they brought in Tim Lewis, he confirmed it, and effectively, if you think about it, stole from the company purse basically. And even though they haven't worded it as in they've sacked him, they have sacked him. And it is what it is. I mean, and now we're sort of settling down. Now Raul's sort of gone. I know Vinay's still there, but he's not having the sort of influence he would like by the looks of it. And if anything, Edu's been given more responsibility, more, not power, but yeah, just responsibility within the club and more of a bigger role than what Vinay's probably like at the moment. So I don't think it'll be long till we see Vinay gone, personally. Then that's when we're going to start seeing, going forward, the positive side of things and how things going back to the old school way, so to speak, is going to be working for us. I mean, Mark Green again. Big up Mark Green in the chat. Says players I didn't mention: Reyes, Wiltord, Kanu. This is fucking endless. Could go up here all fucking night. No, it does. Yeah, it does look like with the Josh. With obviously again going back to Josh in the role that he plays between the club and his dad and all that. That they have realised going back to the old school ways may be the way forward, and having Edu as a sort of David Dean sort of the role that sort of role, and Mikel as a natural manager he has more input into not just transfers but the club business as a whole to the extent of same with what Arsene Wenger had responsibility wise, even in the early years of his time at Arsenal. So again, I can go back to it. It is going to take time. We are a team in transition, like it or not. The likes of a certain Mr. Lee Gunner who lives out in Spain now and constantly just wants to be negative for the sake of it and disrespect Mikel just because Mikel wasn't his first, second, third, or fourth, or fifth, or 10th, even 10th choice by the sounds of it. Because he doesn't agree with it, he's like, but at the same time, it's hypocritical of him because I remember Varsity, he wasn't impressed that we hired Unai Emery. And again, Emery wasn't his first, second, third, fourth, fifth, 10th choice, whatever. But because of his experience and he had a reputation behind him in terms of having the Europa League king to his name, so to speak. Apparently, that's the difference between backing a new manager and not backing a new manager. Apparently, I don't get it. It's like, yeah, we went for the experience thing. I gave Emery a chance. He had a full season, and it didn't work. It really didn't work. It almost did, and then the last few games of the season, he sort of put everything. He put everything in. If you think about it, he put everything into the Europa League. Once he knocked out Napoli, effectively halfway through that time, we were 2-0 up. He put everything into that basket of Europa League or nothing. I mean, we had no need to, because mathematically it was in our hands to qualify for Champions League by the league. And as I said, to put everything in the Europa League, and it sort of backfired. And then the players, because it backfired not just in the league but in Europa League as well, in terms of the batting we faced against Chelsea in a major cup final, a European final as well. The players turned on him, and it sort of carried over into his second season. And he sort of, and even in the early days of his second season, last season, there's a weird vibe about the place suddenly. Got it in every match today, home or away, and it's just like, I don't know, it just didn't feel right. And the more the performances didn't come, the worse things got. And as we all know, I mean, in my opinion, the ball acted a few weeks too late, in my opinion, in terms of eventually sacking Unai Emery. Because in my opinion, I literally was like, he had to go after the Leicester City away game when we lost 2-0 last season. That was when I thought they should have got rid of him there and then. Because we had an international break. They would have given him 2 weeks to then go out and bring someone in. And for that person to have that 2 weeks with whoever weren't going out international duty to implement his ideas and sort of hit the ground running. Went into a very busy period after international break, obviously like we are now, of constant football every 48 hours. But as I said earlier, it's like with the whole thing not working out of Emery, we sort of had to press the reset. No matter who came in, be it the best fucking manager in the world, basically, or whoever, or Miguel, it was always going to be a whole new thing, a whole new transition again, a complete reboot again. And that would have been neither. It's not Arteta's fault. It wouldn't have been anyone else's fault if they'd been hired, and Allegri or whoever. It is the circumstance of what it is. Arteta's now got players. Obviously, some of his players in, but the majority of this squad is a Arsene Wenger / Unai Emery squad. And certain players don't have the mentality he clearly has and expects on a consistent basis, and he knows this. Hence why, as I said earlier on in the stream, Xhaka who isn't now, since that Liverpool substitution hasn't been part of Arteta's plans as a first team, first 11 player, unless it's absolutely necessary. Or Europa League, for example. The likes of Mustafi's only playing again if it's only absolutely necessary. Socrates has been frozen out. Ozil's been frozen out. It's like it on again. He doesn't show it all the time because he's trying to, with the squad he's got, with a very few players that are his as well at the same time, integrate a system that isn't going to work overnight. And again, I know it's different because Klopp's an experienced manager and this, that, and the other. And he had experience of winning things in Germany with Dortmund. But when he came to Liverpool in the exact same mess that Arteta walked into back in December last year. And it took him a few years to get him to win a Champions League, get him to a Champions League final, let alone win the fucking thing the following year, or being competitive. It took him a few years to even be competitive in the league. Out of nowhere, they're fucking going for a title. You saw it coming eventually, but it happened. He was like, fucking hell. But my point is, it took time for him to get rid of. He knew straight away what was good enough and what wasn't. The majority of the squad he inherited wasn't good enough. He knew that, but he knew at the same time he couldn't get rid of all the players he wanted to get rid of straight away. He could get rid of a chunk and then replace with what he believed to be better. He had to do it. It was literally every summer window he had to do that. I know I'm saying it, and that's why I say it. I know it's different with. That's the difference between Klopp and obviously the Arteta situation in the sense of Klopp came in and obviously had the experience. Arteta has no experience. I get that. I've never denied that. But it is. I'm saying, okay, just comment on what I responded to in the chat. Big up Jonathan Porter, by the way. He says the trouble we have is Arteta never managed anywhere else, so it's impossible to prove whether he would succeed or fail. But with the current squad, he has no chance if he isn't given the time. It's catch-22. Exactly. And this is what I'm saying. If Klopp, with experience, was allowed and was given time by the Liverpool board, by the owners, and look what he's achieved. And again, they say he was experienced. He had something behind him for him to go, okay, we know you can turn this around. It's going to take time, but we were back here. Whereas Arteta clearly doesn't have that, or he didn't have that when he came in. I mean, he sort of, I know it's FA Cup and all, but he sort of did prove himself. He has proved he is good enough to get something out of the current squad he had. You don't win an FA Cup if you're a shit manager with a shit team, especially with the way we had to do it, especially in the last couple of rounds where we had to play Man City, the defending champions, in the semi-final, and then play a team that finished in the top 4 in Chelsea with, again, a very experienced Chelsea with World Cup winners like Kante in their team, and Pulisic, who just started hitting form as well for Chelsea at that time as well, in return of the Premier League. Take this down. So he's clearly got something about him, but he does, again, like Jonathan says, he does need that time to prove if long term he is the right man going forward. You can't just jump on his back after not even a year in the job. Why is it we're all okay to give Unai Emery the chance to turn things around at the club after the Wenger era? What is it? Because he had experience, and that's the reason we were willing to give him a chance. When I say we, I mean the people that are now not giving Arteta a chance from day one since he was hired. It seems their argument is because he hasn't got the experience. It's like, okay, he hasn't got the experience, but how can he prove himself if you don't give him the chance? And when he does, you still spay him over the head with the same fucking drumstick. Like, the guy can't fucking win with you. It's just like, it just pisses me off. I'm like, why is it so? I know we want, again, we're all Arsenal fans. We all want our team to win and be competitive, but we're not at that stage yet. And that's not Arteta's fault. He inherited a very bad situation, a very bad squad. We've got to be honest with that. They were massively underachieving as well. If we look at it, if we're being honest and look at it, they were massively underachieving. And just, as a team, they don't work. They don't gel. They don't, it doesn't click. And Arteta knows this, but he got to add into the equation of COVID this year, and the fact he literally had, what normally a summer transfer window you get from I'm trying to think now, 1st of June till the end of until literally the season starts to do your business. He literally had he literally had from August the 3rd. I'm trying to think now. August 2nd was the final. I think was it August 2nd the final? So I think now August the 3rd or 4th on the Monday after obviously the FA Cup final. From that 3rd or 4th of August all the way to October. The beginning of October, wasn't it? October the 5th. So it had 2 months, and in that transfer window, the season had already started as well. We're 4 games deep into the season, which doesn't sound like a lot, but at the same time, when he's trying to sort of achieve what he's set out to achieve and get us back into the Champions League, it is a big deal because his team then can't settle because he could lose players. At the same time, he's trying to bring in players as well, like we had with Partey and all that. He didn't even have pre-season. Amongst all that as well, he never had a pre-season. He still he was hired in December last year before the Everton game, so just after Christmas or just before Christmas, one or two. And we're now literally what? November. We're in November now. We're coming up for the first year. We're coming up. We'll be hitting a year next month. Obviously, since he was hired, and he hasn't had a pre-season with this squad, with these players. And amongst all that, he's had the COVID. He's had, as I said, to deal with a transfer window where normally it would close before the season. He's had to, because of everything that's going on, he's had to go into the season. It's effect. So you've had all of that to deal with. And then he's got to pick a team for Europa League and then a Premier League team. And then he's getting slated for the Saliba, how he handled Saliba at the time. At the start of all this, I could understand why he wasn't playing Saliba at this time, because obviously the guy's was grieving for his mum. He's just lost his mum in the previous few weeks prior to the season starting. I mean, that's it. Go back into chat, Jonathan Porter. The trouble with our fan base, if they are split, I personally think that some fans were damaged by the failure of Emery. They now won't accept the next manager, so they won't give him a chance. I don't even think it's that. I think it may be partly down to that. I don't think it's fully down to that. Maybe I think it's more so the ones that follow die hard wise, the likes of your league gunners and all that. But by the way, the league gunner now who did turn on Unai Emery before he got sacked and said, and it was on his own live stream saying, I agree with you, so and so. He needs to go. He ain't the right man for us. Emery out. Da 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 da. This is now literally the guy. This is the same guy now who's now singing Emery's praises for getting us fifth in his first full season and getting us a European Cup final. That's how he uses his argument. In our first season, he got us fifth and a point off Champions League. But as I said before, we were in a position after an international break in the last 5, 6 games of the season. Not even international break, no. It was the FA Cup weekend, wasn't it? So we had a week, we just disappeared for a week, went up to Dubai, but we came back to play Everton, and we was in a position where we were third in the league and looking comfortable for the Champions League spot. It was in our hands. It was ours to do. All we had to do was win a game. And what did he do that first game back against Everton? He started changing things. Because either side of obviously our second leg between us and Napoli were 2-0 up, and he started changing things. El Neni, who hadn't played a single game all season, suddenly was starting for us in the league. And he just not even that. It was, who else? He just made weird squad picks suddenly. That's like 11 picks for that game. And suddenly we lost 1-0 to Everton, and they were bang out of form. They were struggling that season. And Jagielka, who didn't played a fucking second of football over a year and a half, I think, and he literally came on and he started the game and won them the game and this, that, and the other. And it sort of continued because then we played Leicester the following game. I think we lost that game 3-1. Azy getting sent off. But even again, the squad selection, that was weird. He started making random starting having squad picks for the Premier League. It made no sense. It made it so. It just ran home from that. Literally, after the first leg of the Napoli thing, quarter final, we won 2-0. That's when he started messing about the Premier League squad, and it just ran home. He was putting everything into the Europa League. He put everything. He didn't have to. Again, it was in our hands, and it proved it in the sense of where we finished in the league. We finished fifth, but by a point. If we'd won just one of either Everton, Leicester, Wolves, Brighton at home, the last game of the season, the last home game of the season at home to Brighton. One of them 4 games, we'd won one of them. That would have taken the pressure off him for the Europa League final. But no, because of whatever was going off in his head, we bottled it. And Nigana doesn't mention that we bottled. And again, the players do take responsibility, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, so did he. He has to take responsibility because he picked these players. He decided out of nowhere to start messing about and tinkering every game and playing players he hadn't played all season, suddenly in the starting 11 for no reason in the Premier League, but he'd go full strength in the Europa League. the sort of team he should have been playing in the Premier League. He was playing in the Champions League, in the Premier League. The sort of team he should have been playing in the Premier League, he was playing in the Europa League. And the sort of team he should be putting out against in the Europa League, with all due respect, he was playing in a Premier League game. Not just once, twice, 3, 4 games. The 4 games I mentioned, he tinkered with for no reason. So respectively, he has to take massive responsibility because he did tinker too much, and it cost us, league-wise, it cost us a top 4 spot. If he'd played one of them games with a full strength team that was available to his disposal, we'd have won one of them games. We wouldn't have been relying on a fucking European Cup final to get us Champions League football. We could have still played that got to that final and played in that final, knowing the worst case scenario is we don't win, but we're still in Champions League anyway because we qualified for the league. We don't get a trophy at the end of the season after what would have been a great season. Would have been a fantastic season if we got a European trophy. Obviously, not winning the Europa League would have been a downer on what would have been a really good season, his first full season. But he put pressure on him, put too much pressure on him. It clearly showed it. Literally, we went 1-0 down. And second, again, I say every time, the second we went 1-0 down in that Europa League final, I knew what was coming. I knew we weren't going to win from there on in. Because I saw the body language in the players. Their heads literally dropped. And you could just tell that it's going to be a long night, last 45 minutes. And that's what it turned out to be. And then the players, like Mesut, like Lucas Torreira, well, basically everyone in the end, turned on him. Because he put everything into one basket when he didn't need to. If he hadn't done what he'd done, he'd still be in the Arsenal job now, because he wouldn't have lost the confidence in the players, and their belief would have gone skyrocketed. Not only to just get top 4 in your first full season, but to win a European trophy and have it in the Champions League, back in the Champions League, where hey, and it would have inclined the board to then back him the way he wanted to be backed as well, if you think about it. But he didn't. That's why they didn't went out their way to get who they wanted in. And in the likes of Pepe and Saliba and all that. But hey, it is what it is, and hence when he did go, the button of transition period was no matter who came in, be it Allegri, be it Ancelotti, be it Arteta, and it was Arteta. No matter who came in, it's always going to be the reset button will be pressed, and we are where we are because no matter who came in, it's always going to be the position of this person. I've now got players. When he first came in, obviously, the first few games, players from 2 different managers now. Majority of one who I used to work under, and a few from the previous guy that I just took over from, and now he knows he's got a sinking. Things were going down the downward spiral fast, so he knew he had to act fast, and yeah, he managed to convince Granit to stay on and not leave us in the lurch back in January last year, because he knew in the transfer window, because obviously he'd been at Man City, he knew how things operated. It would be we haven't got the money of what Man City have either. It would be nigh on impossible to go out in the January window and buy someone that's of the same ilk, of the same quality, if not better than what Granit is. So he convinced him to stay to make the most of what he inherited, and he did. Let's be honest. League-wise, it was always been an uphill struggle from what he came into. but he tried. It just didn't work. But at the end of the day, and it was it's that beat around the bush. Last season was shit, but he still managed to put a smile on our faces back in August at that day in Wembley, in the glorious sunshine against Chelsea as well. For someone who has no experience whatsoever to sort of manage and turn things around his way he did. And you consider as well, we were 1-0 down after 5 minutes as well to Chelsea. Pulisic was a goal and all that. And he still managed to pick the players up and get them to go again and turn things around, and we did. And people put, and like Lee Gano puts, we won. We may not have won the FA Cup if Pulisic hasn't got injured. Well, at the time it's 1-1. The shot he had was tame anyway, so it was never going to go in, even if he hadn't injured himself. And then Rostam went 2-1 up. Obviously, so and so gets sent off. But there's no guarantee at the time, because even at that time, before he got sent off, Chelsea weren't doing anything to worry me personally. I don't know about you guys, but to worry me personally about us not winning that game in the end. Because, as I said, he turned things around, and he's got it in him to do things like that, give us those fantastic moments. It's just, again, as I said, he knows certain players have to go, but I think he was hoping to get rid of a majority of them this summer, but obviously, I think with everything that's happened, that wasn't to be. But again, next summer, everyone he wanted to get rid of will be gone. Be on a free, but they'll be gone. And he can also sell the likes of Lacazette if things don't work out there and things don't turn around there with Lacazette. Because let's not forget, Lacazette is 28, 29 now. So he's on the wrong side of his 20s now, going into his 30s. Things aren't going to get any better if we're going to be brutally honest there. He's also got the situation of Virgil will be gone on a free, but the wages will be set up so he can sort of reinvest properly there. Fucking throat. Oh, I'm trying to think. Socrates will be gone. Mustafi will be gone. Louise will be gone. I'm trying to think now. Oh, I thought I got crap in my foot now. Great. I'm trying to think now. Granite could be sold as well in the summer, if more like this summer by the looks of it, depending what happens in January actually. Because if the rumours, what we're being told is the truth, and Stan and Josh are back in Edu and Arteta in January to sign the likes of Tom's favourite player from Salzburg, Dominic. I can't remember it. I'm not going to try and pronounce his name at the moment, but you know who I'm on about. We got Dominic. I can't remember how to pronounce his surname, but you all know what I'm on about, because if I mention Tom from Laguna Talk, you know. And obviously, Red Bull Salzburg is a no-brainer. It's 25 mil, and they're willing to again put that money forward to get that player in January. Go again. It shows they believe in whatever he's saying and doing. They believe in him, and they actually are backing him because they're getting the players that he wants. And he's a fantastic player. His potential is oh my days! People have no idea how good this kid is. That's the thing. He is so young. So longevity-wise, I hope it works out. And it's 25 mil at the moment in time is an absolute bargain. Siebes as well. Even as Mark Green says there, even him. Oh, yeah, I know you're about, yeah. Tongue twisted. But as soon as we sign him, I'll be able to done his name like that. If we sign him, But that's true. That's again. Mass, 1 second. I take a sip. My throat's hurting. Aye. Oh dear. potentially, as I said, you could then even potentially, if that was to happen, getting Sebs in for 25 mil as well in January, we could potentially go and put Granit on the transfer market then and try and get rid of him then, make some bit more money for him. If not, worst case, we sell him. He will sell him in the summer. Worst case, I think, as I said, as I keep saying for the last few streams, it's clear to see he's not now the long-term plans under Arteta. It was just a stopgap to help him out, get him through a sticky situation. But I just hope this fan base can sort of. It's going to be. Well, look, we are, as I said, we are in transition. We are going to have to the odd bump here and there. And as I said, he's again, and even I've said, he has to now find the right balance for us, going in terms of not just going making us hard to beat, but then balancing it out so we are attacking wise. Again, more attacking basically. So how it is. And he's gone, and he's a man of his word. Again, he's proved to be honest as well, because everyone remembers after the Villa game, he came out and said straight away, "It's all my fault. I made a mistake. I need to use these 2 weeks of international football to reassess things and figure a way of fixing the issues that we're having at the moment." And he spent them 2 weeks and he's gone back to the formation he started off with at Arsenal when he first came to us before lockdown, the 4-2-3-1 formation. The formation he actually does want to use long term going forward. And obviously, lots of Partey coming, obviously, that's coming and all that. And when he does come back from it, either tomorrow or Sunday, respectively, as a long term thing, we look better under 4-2-3 in the 4-2-3-1. I know, again, it wasn't a fantastic performance. Don't get me wrong, but I think again, I'm going to keep banging on the drum. If Pepe doesn't do the stupidness he did on Sunday and get sent off, we win that. We beat Leeds. Not comfortably, but we beat them. We nicked that game 1-0 at least. You could argue we could have won 1-0, but hey, that's a whole other fucking show, that is. I'll probably cover that tomorrow in the fucking Watchalong, to be honest. To go back into the chat, because I have rambled on a bit since I last went into the chat before I wrap things up. You guys are actually bored of my fucking voice already. Jonathan, many is also saying 30 likes, brilliant. Yeah, it is brilliant, actually. Jonathan Porter says Emery's problem was he handled the Ozil situation badly, and when Emery didn't get the players he wanted, he lost his way, and yes, picked some strange teams. Yeah, well, even before the summer window, as I said, after that trip to Dubai in his first full season, when at the FA Cup weekend, they went to Dubai. He had the last few games was Everton, Leicester, Wolves, Brighton, and Burnley. And it's sort of, as I said, it all went pear-shaped because he started messing about and tinkering for no reason. And as I said, I think the board would have been more inclined to back him with the players he wanted in the following summer window, that following summer, if he hadn't bottled the Champions League via the league and Europa League. If he got us at least in the top four, if he kept us in the top four, because we obviously haven't gone a third, if he'd kept us third or fourth, respectively, and he got us back in Champions League in his first full season, the likes of Stan, Joss, and the rest of the board would be more inclined to back him, I think, because of that achievement. That was the main reason he was brought in, to get us into Champions League at the first time of asking, via the league or Europa. they've actually had 2 cracks at it in the race, and literally could have quite easily had it in the league and threw it away. And then by doing that, put thinking Europa League, as I keep rambling on about, he then fucked us. We got fucked in the Europa League final itself. After that, whatever he set up, the first half of that Europa League final, we were actually the better team. We were the better side. It weren't a great final, the first half of the final, but we were slightly edging it. Then whatever, I don't know what the hell he said at half time, but the players have completely lost lost their shape and everything, and literally went from looking like we weren't going to concede to we conceded in the first 2 minutes of the second half. And literally, as I see it, the fucking game just fell away from us. And we got tore limb from limb. And players like Mesut, Lucas, and a few others turned to them then. And in the aftermath, they sort of carried over. As I said, from the first game of the season, it just had that weird atmosphere and feel to things, home and away. He didn't have that. He weren't up. He didn't have that up and down sort of bounce and that drive we saw when he first came in, where he was literally on the touchline, literally up and down, literally the passion he was showing when he first came in, Emery. And then it sort of disappeared. That sort of disappeared in his straight away in the second season. It was just weird. Again, the atmosphere was weird. As the weeks went by, it got worse and worse. He saw more from the players, like they weren't on board of what he was trying to implement. They're week by week giving up on him more and more and more. And I remember being at literally the last ever match he took charge of, that home game against Frankfurt in the Europa League group stage. We lost 2-1 in the end. That night was weird because obviously we lost against the week a couple of days prior. And we drew 2-2 in the league at home to Southampton, and even that was a weird one because obviously last minute goal beat an equaliser or winner at the Emirates as well. Used the players to celebrate, and they got like none of the players celebrated the equaliser. And the fans that had stayed till the bitter end, even they didn't. It was like, yeah, like it's just weird. And then literally, if you fast forward 4 days later, to that Frankfurt match, we lost 2-1. It was the whole night because obviously the rumours of no one going to turn up for it. Even season ticket holders weren't even going to bother, and it was true because they didn't. I literally was meant to be sitting in block, I think in the clock end. I think now, I don't think where it was now, 27, 28. Me and a friend of mine, we decided, actually, you know what, let's go and sit in block 1 or whatever block it. I think it's block 1 in behind the home dugout. Sort of see if we can sort of get see what we're feeling is from that. Normally, if it's getting that same vibe or a different vibe, sitting behind Emery and all that, and literally about 5 minutes before teams come out and all that, the whole media that turned up for that photographers wise, were literally setting up. They sat up camp in the dugout, in and around. I mean, and it was like, do they know something we don't suddenly? And even his old demeanour for that entire match was weird as well. Really, like he already knew. And obviously, as we all know, we lost that game, and then the following morning I woke up, and about 10. I don't know. I was hoping because as I said earlier, I was sort of hoping he'd go because the things were getting worse and worse. And I just wanted my club to sort of act and show some sort of meaningful, some sort of authority, and basically show that what they actually their ambition was. But after a few weeks of them not doing it, because obviously, as I said, the Leicester game was when I first, like, that was it. He needs to sort of definitely go. This is the perfect time for him to go because things weren't looking any better. We couldn't see where the first next win was coming from, this, etc., etc. And oh dear, yeah, just waking up literally the following morning after that Friday morning after the Frankfurt 2-1 defeat, and literally little mumblings started coming out on social, like Twitter and social media, that he has been called in for a meeting, he's been sacked, and that Freddie was going to take charge of the caretaker role. And then literally half hour after all that sort of mumbling, it was confirmed via Arsenal themselves and then Sky Sports and all the media outlets respectively that that had actually happened. And I was sort of relieved, but suddenly it was like, right, you've done that, fantastic. Now do the right thing and hire the right person for the job. And don't get me wrong, I wanted Allegri. Allegri was always the person I wanted even before Emery came in. So when it first next came around, I knew he was a free agent this time. I was like, we need to get Allegri in because Allegri would tear limbs out of some of these players. It may not be the most attractive football going forward, as in longevity wise, but it's something. And his mentality is of a winner, and he's got more winning experience than what Emery had. And as I said, Allegri was always my first choice. Both times the job's come available, but this time he was 100% a free agent. But he again wanted a job, but he wanted the club to sort of hold off hiring anyone until the summer. Was in this case would have been August, not knowing obviously it was coming. But yeah, and the club, because of how they handled the Freddie situation in the sense of just to confirm and literally was going to be the can I put it? So he was just there for caretaker. He didn't have a chance of being given a job on a full-time basis. The players basically just were like, you could tell the players just like, well, why are we going to bother changing things at the moment under Freddie? Even though the fans, obviously we all love Freddie and Freddie loves us and the club, this, that, and the other. But their mindset was, well, he's not going to be our man. He's not going to be the main man long term. So why do we bother? So it made them holding out to the summer even less impossible. So hence why Mikel was, in my opinion, an approach, because obviously he was their second choice, if you ask me. It wasn't my second choice, or my third, or my fourth, as I said. But once he was hired, me, McConnell, and a couple of the guys came on him. It was like, you know what, he weren't our first choice, he weren't our second, but you know, we're going to get behind him. We want him to prove us wrong and prove to us he can get us where we want to be, and this, etc., etc. But as it's straight from the off, we said we'll give him the chance. We gave him a chance. We'll give Arteta a chance. And again, Arteta might not have the experience, but doesn't mean we can't give him a chance that he deserves. And I know I've sort of tangled off on what you said about him handling the Özil situation bad, but it's not even that Özil situation as well. He handled if you think about it, he handled the Granit Xhaka situation badly as well, like really bad. He literally threw him under the bus, and was like, "This is an experienced manager done it." Yet Arteta mentions that Pepe let us down on Sunday, and his teammates down and all that. It disappointed him, and our fan base slates him. But they weren't doing that for when the Granite situation arose. They're too busy digging in Granite out left, right, and centre. Jonathan Porter, my favourite quote he always says is, "We have 11 good players. 11 players good enough for top 4, but no team can play just 11 in a season. The squad game, and no side gets away playing just 11 players. Yeah. A big up Football Daily talk, by the way. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This is a point for Mark, actually. If we get Binge, I pronounce his name, I do apologise, from Sheffield United as well, as obviously the guy we talked about, Dominic, earlier, Xhaka's days are really numbered. I think they're numbered already, but yeah, if he were to get Dominic in from Salzburg and Binge, again, I do apologise, Benji or Binge from Sheffield United, he'll be out, but he'll be out in January. They'll try to get him out in January for definite. Even if they do get him again, even if they can't get him out in January, but they still manage to get them 2 players in, he'll be gone in the summer for definite. So either way, he will not be here this time next year. And ideally, again, it's not a bad thing when you see him happy, big enough. Again, I've always said I've never agreed with the abuse him and his family faced on social media at the time, but he took it out on the wrong people at the wrong time. And even the quote-unquote apology statement in the programme, which by the way, I've got programs down there somewhere, wasn't even it was like, not even an apology, it was like making excuses for his part in the proceedings. It just felt like that. And I was like, no, you just own up to your part of things and we move on, sort of apologise for it and we move on. And the idiots that gave him abuse at the time, I've always said needed to be sort of dealt with. I don't know if they ever have or not, but it is what it is. Oh dear, go back into the chart. Go through a few more things. Jonathan said after it says, the trouble is I don't think the teams in Europe will be spending much again. They don't get the TV money we do. Barcelona and Real Madrid are still looking at loans rather than buying players. Yeah, basically because of all the help they sort of got respectively from the banks in Catalonia and Madrid in the mid to the early 2000s onwards to the late teens, early teens. They're both in respectively masses of a debt. The fact they've got Barcelona themselves have got Lionel Messi on what's it, 800, 700k a week. That's without all the sponsorship stuff and all that. And like, bloody hell. That's not including all the bonuses as well he'll get for goal scoring and assisting goals and appearances and you name it. Jonathan also said, because I mentioned Lacazette before, I think we're going to be stuck with Lacazette as he runs his contract down. Well, he's got a year and a half, just under a year and a half left on his contract. There's 2 years left back in the summer. So now into the last he's literally in the last 2 years of his contract. So we need to. I don't think I don't think I won't be surprised if we do, but I don't ideally see the club selling Lacazette during the season. I think more likely we'll send him in January. Just said that. I think we're more likely to sell Lacazette in the summer, in the last year of his contract and all that. Just literally send him anywhere. It all depends actually on if Eddie picks up form or whatever, or Balogun if he gets given a chance and hits form, or both. Then maybe they might try and send him a bit earlier. Melina says he agrees with Jonathan. Unfortunately, I think he does not have the confidence to play for AFC. I think literally, again, whatever the injury was not this summer, obviously just gone, last year, whatever that was, and the fact he forced himself to start the season and not actually recover properly, and then having to take a month off to then come back later on, and it has affected him, and he hasn't been the same. He has not been the same. And just when you think he might be coming back to that form, he drops off again. And I think, yeah, as I said, he's on the wrong side of his 20s now, pushing 30. So I do think the club are looking into moving him on if they can. Yes, at least Lacazette and Guendouzi can have a good time while they wind down their contracts. Oh dear. Lacazette in France was always a player that needed 3 chances per goal. So at a club that creates 1 or 2 chances a game, he will struggle. He is not a clinical finisher. He is not good enough. But he's good, not top class, yeah. And considering when you think about it, he was brought in to be ahead of Giroud, who at the time, who again we critiqued for having to have, again, like I said, 3-4 chances before scoring. Oh dear. Yeah, as Jonathan says, Bird is a good ball carrier, really good player. I think we'll be lucky to have him on our team. He'll give us something different as well. It's getting its options, its competition as well. Oh dear. Oh, what went there? John 1886 is still with us, by the way. Good big up to you guys for me, man, being on for the last hour and a bit. Players need to step up and prove themselves. Oh, that's true of any team, but yeah, especially the experienced players, with all due respect. But hey, time will tell. I just don't want us going. I can't have us going through and becoming what Man United have become as a sacking club every 12 to 18 months. Sack a manager. It's not working out. Sack a manager. Or we're backing for one window, then not backing for the next, and then when they complain, sack them. Or Chelsea have that Chelsea mentality. Always not working out this season, so I sack that one and hope it works out the next one. That works out again. And having that sort of reputation of it being an overreactionary sacking club, not for no reason. Give the guy, as I said, give Arteta the chance. He's not even had a full season at the club. He does need, as I said, to get rid of the bad cause in this squad that are causing him this aggro where our form has dropped off the way it has. It could be my famous last words, by the way, but I stand by this. This time next year, we'll be as long as we stick by Arteta, we don't sack him. This time next year, we'll be in a lot better position than what we are now, playing a lot better football as well. As I said, the majority, if not all, majority of the bad call will be gone on a free anyway, and he'll still be able to get rid of a few players and set them on and bring his own players in the summer as well as whoever he brings in January as well, this, that, and the other. Plus, you got to remember, he's got no Martinelli at the moment. He's got Pablo Mari just coming back from an injury. Chambers as well is coming back. So it's all positive side things going forward. It's just, as I said, again, as I keep saying, my famous last words, it could ruin me. But this time next year, screenshot it if you want, grab it up, just in case. But we will be in a far better position than what we have ever been in for the last 10 years. We'll be in a better position this time next year, that's what I'm saying. Jonathan also goes on to say, I just can't see anyone buying Lacazette and paying him a huge wage when he can ride out a year and go somewhere for free. It depends. Depends. I get what you're saying, but I think it also depends on certain situations. I think Atletico are coming. Obviously, with Luis Suarez now being brought in at Atletico, I don't see Atletico going in, but I do see Juventus maybe coming back in for him at some point, either January or next summer, just because Morata may not be the ideal workout. Obviously, Ronaldo's now pushed into his career as well, and Lacazette's been a few years older. You could get a tune out of him in Serie A, I think. And they did really want him this summer as well. Juventus more than anyone. Pardon me. John 1886 says Real Madrid always skin. Yeah, but they always go to the bank to find the money from somewhere. Big up Harvey in the chat as well. Says, hi Ryan, when am I coming on next? Been a while, Harvey. Been a very long time. Doing a watch along, as I said, I'm doing a watch along tomorrow for the Molde v Arsenal game. But you need to let me know when you're working or doing college work and all that, so I can sort of work something out with you. Let's sec. Let's look at the weekend schedule. Let's look at the weekend schedule wise, in terms of watch-alongs, Premier League wise for the FPL. Obviously, I'm thinking of doing their watch-along on Saturday evening, 5:30 for the Everton versus Leeds game. Then obviously I'm doing. I said it loads up. Premier League. Don't want to do watch-along for them. If you're around on Sunday, you can come on the channel. I'm going to do 2 watch-alongs. Obviously, Chelsea v Spurs at 4:30, sort of a warm up for the main event of Arsenal versus Wolves half hour afterwards. If you're around, Harvey, on Sunday for either of them or both of them, let me know and I'll pinch you in for both of them then. Please do let me know on either Facebook or Instagram. Just drop me a message and sort that out. Oh dear. Bloody all right. Let's go back into the chat. Yes, Miss M. Then they will sell their training ground to the Bank of Madrid for 300 million by Mbappe and Haaland. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They always find the money from somewhere. Jonathan Porter, Oli has been there 2 years and is not up to it. But Van Gaal and Mourinho would have brought success given them time and backing. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Even though Arteta has come to us and this is his first job as a head coach or manager, whatever you want to call it, we've got to give him time. We have to back him. If we want to, long term, if we want to get back to where we want to be and be competing for the league titles and competing in Europe at the top table in Champions League, we need to stop being so reactionary and as a fan base and get behind whoever the manager is and get behind it. Not in the sense of don't just give them a few months and they've got to be gone. Oh, it's not worked out, so off you go, sort of thing. In the circumstances, anyone that comes in does need at least a full season to 2 seasons to turn this around. I think in Arteta's case, as I said, this time next year, no matter what happens this season, no matter where we finish, in your Champions League spot or Europa League spot, with all the outgoings coming in the summer and potential selling of playing as well, Arsenal will be in a better position than what we are now and what we have been for the last 10, 15 years, in my opinion. But we have That's only going to happen if Arteta's still here and we don't become this trigger-happy fucking high and fire club. Because if we come again, if we become that, have that reputation of being a hire and fire, like a bit like Chelsea and United respectively, more Chelsea than anything, we have that sort of reputation they've sort of built up over the last 15, 16 years. What manager in their right mind, worth their salt, is want to come to us knowing that at some point they could be sacked, not even a year into their contract, their initial contract, or not even that. It's the fan base as well, knowing how reactionary the fan base is because of idiots in Spain doing what they do and obviously having their own respective fans setting up their own channels and pretending to be Arsenal fans just for the sake of it, just to use the name of Arsenal as a thing to build their channel, and in the terms of pretending to be an Arsenal fan, spewing the same toxic crap that we are getting from people like him in the first place. What right-minded person will come in knowing that we've got people in our fan base that claim to be genuine fans that use a platform to abuse that person from day one, and will never give them a chance because it wasn't their first choice, because it isn't Jose Mourinho. I mean, people have short-term memories. This is a guy in Mourinho. We're going to go to Mourinho now because people in our fan base did want Mourinho. I'd never personally know. I'll always know because of what he had said about our club, not just Arsene Wenger as a whole, but our club for the last 15, 16 years since he's come to England the first time round. I mean, the guy has constantly disrespected us. He came and we were invincible, and he disrespected them. He has literally been not even meant. He wasn't even mentioned in Arsene Wenger's autobiography. He made it all about him. It's got to all be about him. And that's not the sort of manager I want, or head coach I want at my club. And the fact of the matter is, he's dug at our fan base on a consistent basis as well. Literally, we beat them 2-0 that time. Man United 2-0 a few years back. And again, he had to make it all about him and go, "Oh, I felt sorry for the Arsenal fans. I had to do them a favour at some point." It does again and again. Also, whatever my thoughts on Arsene Wenger needing to do his time were, in the sense of I thought he just held on too long. He's still the best manager we've ever had, and for Mourinho to disrespect him the way he did as well, it's never sat well with me, and I never liked him for that either. So when the likes of Lee Gunnar are like, "Oh, I wanted Mourinho," and he's now literally, or Don Carlo at one point, but now Mourinho's top of the league. Is now, "Oh, I wanted Mourinho. Look at Mourinho's doing at Chelsea, not Chelsea at Tottenham." It doesn't help. It really doesn't help. Molina's saying we are going to have to wait for years to actually compete. We will. I think this is the thing. We will have to wait years to compete if we go through this stage of hiring and firing managers left, right, and centre, just because a portion of our fan base use a platform to abuse a guy, and they just back under pressure. Don't get me wrong. It turned out Emery wasn't the man for the job, and the players had sort of given up and what he was trying to implement. But that is what it is. But this is a whole new reset. The players have literally sung Mikel's praises from day one, and they continue to do that even now. Bar Pepe, obviously, he's always like, "Oh, I don't play enough." Gives him a sign, he gets sent off, the freaking idiot. Oh dear. Exactly, Jonathan. That's basically what I've been saying. He may bring success for me, but for me, Arsenal is a classy club. Historically, a manager that puts his finger into the eye from behind of a Barca coach isn't what we need. Exactly. Can we tell Lee Gunner that and always chums that, please? I'm just. The thing is, I know he gets back to him because I know his chronic is, he has these little friends that sort of report back to him, but it is what it is. I'm not going to beat around the bush anymore. I'm just like I'm just sick of sitting on the not sitting on the fence, but like sitting back and letting them say what they want to say, and then we address them on it. No, I never said that. Oh my days! But not is he toxic? He just makes everything about him. I mean, the abuse that Arteta faced this weekend for basically just saying that Pepe had let the team down. Basically, is that well, he did. Let's be honest, he did let the team down because he reacted to whatever Alioski was saying. Alioski was saying to him, and got sent off and let the team down because at that point we could have quite easily, with 11 men, won that game. But he put his teammates in a position where they had to do what they had, what panned out to be happen, basically, and sort of hope we could counter it at some point and get something out of it, as in a win wise. And look at the abuse Arteta's face for saying that. Yet Mourinho makes a fucking living in recent years of hanging these players out to dry on a weekly basis. But because it's Mourinho, who's got the experience and he's a winner and this and that. That's okay. And also, obviously, Jonathan mentioned about he may bring success, but he wouldn't be long-term success. It'd be literally like we saw at United, a short-term fix. That's short-term success because he wasn't backed in the after the coming second his second season. But it was a short-term success rate. It didn't continue over. That first season, obviously, won Europa League and then the League Cup. And obviously coming second the following season in the league behind the Centurions, wasn't back in the summer, so he didn't push on. He couldn't really, but it is what it is. So, yeah, I've never wanted him. And again, Carlo Ancelotti has never. Again, it would have been a short-term fix. We need something long-term. We need someone to come in now. We tried the experience as well, and it didn't work. And again, I think they wanted to go for the experience again in Allegri, but he weren't willing to come there and then. He wanted to wait until the summer, for fuck's sake. If only. But so they went for their second choice, which was Mikel. And at the end of the day, as I said, I will support him. I will get behind him and hope he proves everyone his doubt was wrong, because he has shown in glimpses that he is good enough to get us long-term wise the success we crave and get us competing again. It's just we've got to sort of relax and see what look at where we are as a squad, and the squad he's got as a whole, and realise this is never going to be a quick fix, especially in the circumstances of COVID and all that. That's hit this summer, not this year, sorry. So it's never going to be that instant turnaround that you get at some clubs in normal circumstances. The fact he's able to attract the type of players as well, of the quality of Thomas Partey as well, from a club that's constantly in Champions League and competing in Champions League, season in, season out to come to us. We're at the moment where literally that's a Europa League team at the moment, let's be honest. To buy in, when I say this, he's convincing these players from these clubs, like Atletico, to come to us. They're buying into the what he's saying to him in terms of the project going forward. They're buying into it. These players, they can't. They're shocked with not just how ambitious he is, but where he sees the club short term wise. He's not even thinking way ahead. It's not even that the way ahead option of 10, 15 years down the line where we're going to be then. It's the next 3 years. This is where I want to get this club to be, and that is a Champions League winning team, not just a Champions League team. It gets a quarter-final here or semi-final there. He wants us to get back into Champions League and win it, and would have won it in the next 3 years. It's that ambition and whatever else he's saying. That's these new signers are buying into. The Pablo Maris, Cedric Soares, Thomas Partey. So yeah, it's just, but it's not. It was never going to be a quick fix, like turnaround like that, because he's inherited 2 different head coaches, players basically in one. And from Arsene Wenger, but the majority of Arsene Wenger's and the small portion of Unai Emery's players that came in his time. And then in amongst all that, he's got to bring in his own players and then flush out the players that are not good enough, that are not long-term part of his plans. So we are going to have them bumps in the road, and especially this season is going to be more competitive than any other season, and we're in transition. So look, mate, as I said, on paper, again, I know things ain't on one paper, but before the season before we even signed Partey, I said we'll get top 4. I do think we'll get top 4, but I think it will be closer more than anything. It'll be close as anything. The title will not be like 20, 30 points of fucking head of everyone else. Whoever wins the league's going to win the league, and you got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. I mean, as it stands, it could finish any which way at the moment. It's going to be super close this year for the Champions League spots, I think. Not just for the title, but for the Champions League for like 2nd, 3rd, 4th, respectively. It's obviously the title winner, and then you've got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. But I'm saying it's going to be so close. It's going to be like a few points either way between all 4 positions, basically. And as Jonathan says as well, going back to what I've said before, the easy option is to sack Arteta, but what top manager would replace it at the moment? But again, suddenly we're building a reputation of being reactionary when things ain't going right. The first sort of bump in the road, the club gets that reputation of, bump in the road, sack. Bump in the road, sack. I mean, again, like you said, then in that case, what top manager then would go, you know what? I want to manage that club now. I want to be that man. Because then it's suddenly the big names like your Allegri's then say, well, hang on, I've got a reputation to sort of uphold here. Why am I going to want to risk that now when you're going to sack me at the first opportunity, but the first sign of trouble? Just because a few idiots on social media go, Jonathan Porter also says the mistake as a club we made would have been we should have got Wenger to step down earlier. Yeah, he has admitted that the thing is, he's admitted recently that there was a plan in place back in, I'm trying to think now, 2013-14 season. Once we won the season, we won the World Cup 9-year duck. At the end of it, there was a plan in place between him and the club that at the end of that 13-14 season, no matter what, he was going to step down. And in that season, they were going to approach Jurgen to come in and basically be the next man in line to take over from Arsene. But as the season started, obviously AFTV's first full season as well, and obviously things with obviously the viral events, every defeat that we had in that season, sort of grabbed the headlines, and he's obviously would get wind of it all. He'd see it and see what the fans that would go on there would say about him, and he was like, "Well, hang on, I want to prove these guys wrong, and I'm not. I want to stay now. I want to prove that I can still win him a league title and things like that." He admitted it. In the end, his own, how can I put it? His own personal ego and that got hurt from seeing things like that from the fan base overtook his own emotion and overtook the reality of the situation, and it did damage a lot of things, not just his own reputation as a manager, but the club itself. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. And Jonathan Porter, football historically goes in cycles. Liverpool have taken 30 years. Hopefully, we can go quicker from 71. We can be quicker. I mean, he usually, for example, the 71 to 89 period, 18 years. As Tony Adam puts it in the 89 film, 18 years of hurt. 18 years. I mean, as Jonathan says, hopefully we can sort of not have to wait 30 years like Liverpool, and hopefully we can get back to our next cycle of success quicker than anyone sort of expects. And what we are, trying to think now. Oh dear, how long has it been? 16 years. It'll be 17 by the end of this year, won't it? This season coming. So it could be, again, you never know, next season could be the season to end 18 years of hurt like we did in 89. You never know. Stranger things happened. And literally, what was it? Obviously, go on to win the 91 league title as well. And then we go off, again, in terms of the league itself, we went all the way till 98. 97 and 98 season, and we went, as we all know, ended, what's that, only a few years of that, fucking hell, in comparison, but still. But yeah, I personally don't see us going like doing a Liverpool in 30 years, all that malarkey. If, again, I do want to wrap things up, guys, I know you will get bored of me now already, but if we can sort of, for once, as a fan base, come together, and the majority of us do. The majority of us are getting behind Arteta still and not completely going, Arteta out, he has to go, da 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 da. We do have to come together as one, as a fan base, and support Mikel and the team and the board, and literally, no matter what happens, as I said, I think I think we will, even though we are going for this little sticky patch at the moment in terms of form. Excuse me. I do see Arsenal hook or by crook getting a top 4 spot this season, 3rd or 4th, give or take. Because again, let's not forget last season, Man United. Look where Man United finished. Man United finished 3rd in the league in the end, didn't they? Yeah, this time last year, they were in a very similar sticky situation to what we're in terms of the form. The performances weren't there. They were dropping points left, right, and centre against teams they shouldn't be dropping points against. etc., etc. And then January came along. One signing made a difference in the end. It sort of breeded new confidence into the team, and suddenly, boom, they sort of kicked on. And obviously, as we all know, they finished, as I said, they finished third. So it is possible. Everyone's sort of are forgetting that, and they're sort of already writing our seat. Even our own fan base, certain fans of our own fan base are a bit like, well, it's already over, but it's even started. I'm like, but the Man United fans thought exactly the same thing this time last year, and look how it ended. I know it's a different club and different circumstances. In a sense, obviously Bruno's brought in and this, that, and the other. But say we do get obviously Benj and Dominic from Sheffield United and Salzburg respectively in January. That could be the first part of the puzzle pushing us forward this season in the sense of pushing us as a team, getting us into a position where we're like, okay, we can actually turn things and make this season better than what we thought it was going to be at the start, and get us third or fourth. As I said, I think we'll get third, but you know what I'm saying. We don't know until it's never over until it's over. Let's be honest. We could win this weekend against Wolves, and literally results obviously were to go our way this weekend respectively. Be literally within touching distance of top four, get a top four spot, going into and considering. I mean, let me get the league table up just to find an example out there. Oh dear, 1 second. Let's get the table up. Right, we are currently on 13 points. If we were to win this weekend against Wolves, we'd have 16 points, which would propel us up the table. If Villa were to lose, West Ham, Man United, and Palace were to drop points, or draw or lose, that propels us from 12th to at least 7th. No, that puts us into 7th, sorry, on 16 points. I'm trying to think now. That would be 16 points. And if, say, Chelsea were to lose, that would put us 2 points behind them. Or, worst case scenario, they win, or that ends up in a draw. We're 3 points off them and 4 points off that lot down the road. Suddenly, it's not the worst thing in the world. And then literally got that lot down the road. We played the following week at their gaff. If we then beat them as well, we're then a point off them suddenly. So things can change drastically just like that when you least expect it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. We sort of have to go, literally, the old cliche, take it one game at a time. Oh dear. I was just going through, I'm just checking a few things. Sorry, one sec. Oh, my back is killing me. Go back in the chat and I'll wrap things up in a second because I've been rabbiting on for God knows how long, guys. You're probably all sick of me already. Oh dear. 31 for now. Bloody hell. I mean, Nina says 32 for now. I mean, I've been rabbiting on for like 3.5 hours basically. Obviously, we did have the Champions League Liverpool match on most of it, but that's not the point. Jesus Christ. Jonathan Porter says, I think we'll end up 6th, but last couple of months you will see improvements in terms of style of play. Again, that's another thing. That's another thing he's trying to implement, a style of play. He wants to play attacking football, but he hasn't got as a whole, the players to do that, clearly. And we know that literally the missing piece is literally a Dominic type player, a hustle hour, if you would. They're sort of players, Benji, or he pronounces, again, I do apologise, type player. We are them sort of players that we are literally, in terms of creativity wise, and then it's that finding that balance and going, okay, bang. And then, as Jonathan says there, the style of play will fucking suddenly come like that. Literally, we'll start seeing the sort of football we want to see in the sense of the attacking football, but at the same time, not just seeing great attacking football, but we will be hard to beat at the back as well. And that's another thing he's brought to, as someone who's got no experience, right? To get a tune out of our defence that he inherited, it's something you have to admire. And that's taking out the equation, obviously, not only just getting the tune out of them to win an FA Cup, but just in general, on a consistent in a week game in, game out basis. It is something to admire. Let's be honest. But he has made us hard to beat. Sorry. And again, Jonathan does say people are forgetting. Potter has only played 2.5 games since he arrived. Yeah, that is the case. But yes, he is the best out of a bad bunch. That's not. But it's going to take time for him to fully settle in. He's not even fully settled in, and I think he shows how much of a better player in that position than what Gradit has ever been in the 4 or 5 years that he's been at the club, respectively. And massive props go out to Edu and Mikel for that, for pulling that off. And Jonathan agrees with me. We should, yes, at home we should beat Wolves, especially. And this is the thing. Again, this could come back and bite me in the arse. I'll say this: Wolves aren't in the greatest form so far this season. They have been. Again, we're not exactly great form, but we can sort of take advantage of their vulnerability, especially as I said, we are at home. It could be, but again, we'll find out. We'll find out in the coming hours what tier everyone's going to be put into, 1, 2, or 3, and possibly Sunday could be the last game. This weekend could be the last weekend, basically, is what I'm going to say. This weekend could be the last weekend for most clubs where they could actually start having their fans back in. We're going to obviously find out tomorrow. And as I said, I will do a stream straight away as soon as we hear anything on that side of things. But until then, that'll be interesting, actually. So potentially Sunday, from an Arsenal perspective, and again, as I said, for a 60,000 capacity stadium, to have only, what was it? If you're in Tier 1, 4,000, Tier 2, 2,000 fans in, is nothing. Especially and then if I've something in the window, we've got to then come in, sit down, shut up, and don't say a word or sing or chant or do nothing. They've got literally just sit there like they're at school, basically. If that. It's saying almost at 1.2 already. Yeah, I know. I think, well, we have overlook actually. That we had to look at actually for a few hours. Oh dear. We are 1.44. 1,144 subscribers. So yeah, we could hit the 12. We could potentially hit the 1,200 tomorrow if obviously all things go well. We actually win a game. And that's another thing I actually did recently in the last couple of Arsenal watch-alongs I've been doing here on the channel. That's been really real. The numbers in terms of the likes has been literally like through the roof. I mean, the Leeds game got. I can't remember. Have a look. not the Leeds game. I mean, Aston Villa looked from a few weeks ago. Just getting it up now. In terms of likes, it got. I'm just getting it up now. 65 likes, and at the time, that was the most liked live watch along or live stream I had done on my channel ever in terms of live stream wise. That then literally got replaced Sunday with the Leeds v Arsenal watch along after it obviously been processed and all that, and people have be able to come into the channel and watch it. That happened like after it being processed within not 20 minutes of it being ended. The likes went up to 130 or something, but it's now obviously after YouTube sorted out all the bots and all that, it's now at 128 likes. So in terms of receivement of how well that's been received, it's been fantastic. It's like you can make it a hat trick and actually smash that and get the one at least by the time obviously Sunday comes along. Have the tomorrow's watch along at 150 likes. That'll be fucking amazing. Again, I appreciate every single one of them, and every single one of you guys that come on and watch me chill bollocks. I mean, the game finished what 9:45, and we're literally now 9:45 midnight. So I do appreciate you guys for literally just sort of staying and keeping me saying not doing. Oh, shut up, Ryan, you fucking idiot. Because I do, obviously, as you can see, I do rattle on a bit. Dear. Go for the chat. Before I wrap things up, let's go back through the chat. Oh dear. Oh dear. Sorry. Jonathan was also saying Spurs have improved, but they aren't winning the league. Exactly. Again, thank you. There's someone that speaks. I'm not the only one that thinks it. Yay! Oh my days! Again, another thing that obviously league judges said over in the same old Arsenal podcast the other day is like, we're Arsenal fans, and there's so-called Arsenal fans in our fan base that are singing Tottenham's praises and saying they're title challengers and they're going to win the league and how Mourinho is so fantastic. No Arsenal fans would be doing that. That's just nah. Oh dear, Liverpool. He goes on to say Liverpool will they sacrifice tonight's game to have a stronger side in the league. Yeah, you could argue that considering the league the group they've got as well, they can sort of afford to do that as well. And in one sense, because with the injuries they've had to face as well, as a whole with Gomez and Van Dijk, etc., they sort of had to do what they've done, things like done tonight, and having the luxury of the group they've got, they can sort of risk it and do things like that. Oh, I've always said, even before Gomez, with the Gomez situation of him having been out for the season and have surgery as well, I've said Liverpool win the league just because attacking wise they've got too much. They'll have too much for most teams in this league, but they won't walk away with it this season, but they will win the league. And Spurs are getting that. Spurs are going through a state at the moment where they're sort of, oh, look at us, we're doing really well, we're winning games. Then they do, as they always do, they do every season or every 2 seasons when they have these little spells. Back to normality. Thank you very much. John's also saying, I enjoyed listening to you. That's good to know. That is really actually nice. But honestly, it is. I do appreciate you saying that. Hope you can make some money from all this soon. I've got to get to monetize the channel now. I've just got to get my watch time hours up. So hence the amount of content be coming. I do apologise though. Obviously, took Monday off as a day off. There's nothing in terms of actually doing these sort of streams. There's nothing really to sort of do a stream on itself. And then I was planning to do a watch along yesterday for the Chelsea game, and then I had a massive migraine, a lot worse than what the one I had when I came on. It's gone now, the one I had tonight, but yesterday was absolutely ridiculous. At 84 hours, it just wouldn't fuck off. And I thought it weren't fair, and I didn't want to let Sam down. Dude, like, come on. What was it? Risk coming on this channel, doing the watch along for the Chelsea game, and I go back and chat in a sec. There's a couple. Another regular just joined us. No, I didn't want to obviously come on here and do that watch along for that. Make myself feel even worse and let Sam down for his quiz on his channel. So I sort of sacrificed adding an extra bit, some more like upping up my watch time for yesterday. For my opinion, a great good in that sense, because I weren't going to let my friend down. The amount of times he's come on my channel and when called upon, and he's never let me down. I wasn't going to start a trend and let him down. No way. I actually really enjoyed the quiz actually as well, because considering majority of it, I still had a migraine, but not to the level of unbearable. But I still literally just fucking. I fluked it basically. If I'll be honest, I just winged it, and literally almost won it at the same time. I almost winged it at the same time. Oh dear. Also, literally, what day are we on? What a date today, by the way? It comes up 25th. Got a few more days, 6 more days. I can shave this off. Oh dear. I couldn't do it. Obviously, November, whatever. Obviously, I usually get all the. I can grow out, obviously, as you guys know, sometimes I come on here not full beard, but as in you can see visibly the facial hair and I'm doing this, that, and the other. I literally got to. The plan was initially just to go to full, literally form the whole face sort of thing, but last week I think it was, I was like, especially under the neck here, it's getting too. So I thought, no, I still want to do obviously the growing at this, and at least this. So I've been shaving all this around here off. Oh my day! Can imagine literally. I mean, how much fucking hairy I'd look with the whole fucking face covered. Jesus Christ! Oh my days! I go back in the chat because it keeps bouncing up as well. Yeah, I'm still awake, Sam. I have mentioned you, and I did say about the quiz last night as well. Obviously, I've just seen as well you went live as well. So, guys, you can go and check out Sam Greenwood's channel as well quickly. He has done a live stream tonight of his protest. Hope you'll be able to see it. If not, it'll be up in bed in the morning. Oh, there. Great watch along. We enjoyed it a lot. Great, because obviously, it's not an Arsenal watch along again. I appreciate that, but obviously the Arsenal one is coming back tomorrow. Well, tomorrow, but yeah. Tomorrow, you know what I mean? We're fucking chatting now, Jesus Christ. Great engagement in the chat as well. Always that again, even when I do monetize the channel, when I'm able to, that would never change. Oh, let's go back up this way. Bloody hell! All right. Oh, bloody hell! Big up the NW Arsenal. This is the first comment I had a little chuckle about before, a couple of minutes ago. Just seeing this is still live. Work rate on point for the thumbs up. It wasn't meant to be this. I was meant to be full time, 3 minutes, bit of a chat, and then but we sort of got into. We went into for Liverpool Atlanta Champions League watch along. We've gone from literally doing that to the end of the last hour and a half plus talking all things Arsenal and Unai Emery and why Arteta shouldn't be sacked so soon into his time and literally don't want to become a sacking club, this, that, and the other. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm still awake, alive and kicking. Throat's starting to hurt though, as you expect. Kind of need 4 hours. Oh dear, no problem, Sam. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. Right. Good night, Jonathan. See you tomorrow. Hopefully you're around for the Watchalong. It is going to be kick-off at 5 to 6, but we're going live at 5:30 UK time in the evening. Gary in the chat, miss all the footy today. What happened? Liverpool lost 2-0. I think Real Madrid won in the end 2-0. I'm just going to go for I'll go last minute quick run through the tonight's scores. Before we wrap things up, Wednesday. Most basically, Champions League scores was Mönchengladbach won 4-0 against Shakhtar Donetsk. Olympiacos lost 1-0 to Manchester City. Phil Foden with the goal. Ajax won 3-1 at home to FC Midtjylland. Atletico Madrid drew 0-0. Bloody, what is it with them this season? In Champions League was anyway. They drew 0-0 against Lokomotiv Moscow. As per usual, FC Bayern Munich won 3-1 at home to Red Bull Salzburg. Inter Milan lost at home to Real Madrid 2-0. As I said earlier, Liverpool lost 2-0 tonight at home to Atlanta. And FC Porto won 2-0 away to Marseille. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, they won 3-1. Lewandowski again scores, but how many games is that now they've won, actually? Let's see what they say. In a row in this competition going over from last season. Ridiculous amount. Doesn't even say, does it? No. Oh dear. Yeah, no worries, mate. Also, if you're on, I need to actually check quickly because I know I did ask you about tomorrow and Sunday, and I think you said you was definitely for Sunday, but I don't think you could make. I can't remember now. Oh dear, thanks. Yeah, Sunday. Sunday was going to let me know. But yeah, it's a double checking because I literally have got who I've been asking because I'm literally playing the head down because Arsenal games are coming thick and fast. Obviously, I'm asking you guys that I usually ask a bit more in advance. Basically, I'm not taking anything up. I'm not going, oh, you was in the last time, so of course you'll be on the next one, wouldn't you? And this, and yeah, I never do that anyway. So yeah, always literally like straight after fucking streams, like, oh, okay, da. But yeah, I'm going to wrap things up now because I've been going near 4 bloody hours. You guys are actually sick of me. Jesus Christ. As always, thanks, guys. I absolutely appreciate every single one of you for joining us, or joining myself, in this case. Keeping me company, keeping me sane, and having a bit of a laugh and talking all things Arsenal and sort of being not only not having and actually having a sensible chat about Arsenal and not having this. Oh, if you say this, like other people do, we can actually sit here and actually have a conversation, not have everyone going off one night. You know, it's just like. My drink, 1 sec. My throat's killing me. Oh dear. But yeah, guys, you can obviously catch me here on YouTube. If you're new to the channel, do subscribe, do smash that like button. Melina, before we go, what is the current ratio that we are looking at? Oh, before we finish up. But whilst he's doing that, obviously, also you can catch me on My social media is going across the screen, my Instagram and Twitter going across the screen there, as you can see. You can also find me on Facebook, my Facebook page, the Mr. Arsenal podcast, which again I'll be streaming all my Arsenal content I do on this channel. I'll be streaming off that at the same time. So go and give that a follow and a like as well if you're on Facebook. And also, whilst you're there, on the football fans, if you go over to the Football Fan Zone page, go and give them a follow and a like as well. You know, that would be absolutely fantastic as well. And if you're obviously watching, because I'm doing this stream currently off that page as well, if you've got access to YouTube, please do come over to the YouTube channel, the Mr. Arsenal podcast, and give us a sub as well. And let us know where you've come from. And again, do spread the word. Let's keep this current growth of the channel going to the point of no return. Let's see if we can hit the current target going across the screen, 1,500 or 1,500, whatever way you want to look at it or word it, by what we in now? We're on the 25th. I'm going to set a date so we can realistic. I'll be realistic. Oh dear, what we are looking at? We're on there that day. Off. I was just on 26, okay. Dear. If we can hit the 1,500 mark by give or take around the week commencing the 7th of December, from that date, the 7th of December to the 13th of December. If we hit it then, between now and if we can hit it at the latest in that week, fantastic. Then we reassess and we set a new target. But yeah, guys, again, thank you for coming along, keep me company, and all having a laugh and all that as always. But again, we'll be back tomorrow, 5:30, are going live. Myself, Andrew, Melvin, Father of us is coming on as well. I think he's going to let me know because it's obviously an early kickoff, so he needs to let me know. And I can't remember if I'd asked Sam, if you if I did ask you or not. Remind me, please, because my mind's gone blank, basically. Because the amount of people marking, because of literally, as I said, games coming thick and fast. I'm literally asking not just for tomorrow's game, but also this Sunday's game as well. So I'm literally can't remember who asked for what this and the other. And obviously, also I am going to be planning from tomorrow, starting from tomorrow morning. When I actually wake up, need to start actually planning my panel for the Watchalong for the North London Derby over a week's time. Well over a week's time, you know what I mean. After the following Sunday. Oh dear, back 34 likes. Fucking hell. Oh, back. But yeah, so we got that planned for tomorrow. Right, Friday planned. Right. Trying to think now. Bear with me for a second. Might also, as I said, might even have 2 streams actually tomorrow, because obviously got the watch along. But also might, depending on when the information comes out. If it comes out early morning, early afternoon, I'll do a stream. Do another stream based on obviously the tier system and how it affects the Premier League clubs, this, that, and the other, and how it affects and sort of give my thoughts on how Sky, BT, and BBC and all that are going to have to approach this either way, etc. and all that. Again, but if it gets released near the time of kickoff for the Arsenal game, I'll just do it once. We'll discuss it in the stream with the guys instead. Probably discuss it anyway, but you know what I'm saying. Friday, what do I think? I'll do actually. You know what? 'Cause I was meant to do play ratings on Monday for the Leeds game, but as I said, my back was killing me. I weren't feeling great for many reasons. Because mentally had to prepare for a certain situation that happened on Tuesday. Yeah. So yeah, I sort of had to get that mindset sort of in place. So I do apologize. I do apologize for that, but things happen and sort of were in a. But aside from the pain I'm physically and mentally, I was like having to prepare for something that was coming on the following day. So, well, yesterday obviously, but yeah. So yeah, I do a player ratings actually for Friday for tomorrow night's game. In response to tomorrow night's game, do the play ratings on a Friday, probably lunchtime, mid afternoon time. That'll be. Saturday. Do a preview, either lunchtime or after an hour or two after the Liverpool Everton versus Leeds game on here. So you get 2 streams on Saturday, and then Sunday I do the Watchalong for that lot down the road versus Chelsea as a build up, and then literally as that finishes, wrap the stream up, go off for like 10 minutes, sort myself, get myself a tea, this, that, and the other, freshen up. Whilst in the other studio, I would have set up for the main event of the evening, for the main event of the weekend. Arsenal versus Wolves, 7:15 kickoff, so we'll be going live for that one. 6:45. No, not 6:45. 6:45 in the evening Sunday for Arsenal v Wolves. We'll be going live for that lot down the road versus Chelsea game at 4:20 as well. And then, in terms of next Monday, trying to think, we've got play ratings for the Wolves game, because it being a late kickoff on the late kickoff on a Monday on the Sunday. Sorry, that means I do the play ratings on the following day. Again, probably a lunchtime one. And from that, we go from there basically. Tuesday, as it stands, need to confirm this with Sam actually, because he's got a time constraint for Tuesday, and the guys, if they're all around on Tuesday, because what's Tuesday's it's the last day of lockdown, so should be okay, but need to double check just before I confirm it fully. That's a plan for the rescheduled 40 Towers stream I was going to do tonight, but we're going to do it next Tuesday instead. And then Wednesday, do a Champions League watch-along again. Got to pick again. I've got to look at the fixtures near the time over the weekend and decide live with you guys what games to do for the Wednesday. And then obviously Thursday again, another Arsenal watch-along next Thursday for, I'm trying to think now, Rapid Vienna home. And then, yeah, all systems go for North London Derby from now on in. Got 3 days to do some North London Derby 2 days to do North London Derby content, but then the main event on the Sunday, 4:30. I think it's a 4:30 kickoff there. So plenty of, again, going by that, I've got plenty of content coming. Obviously, I'll be looking to squeeze in as well next episode in Korean mode onto the channel as well over the next week and a half, and just go from that basically and see how we go from there. But yeah, John's also, before we wrap things up, everyone's saying good night to each other, and John's saying great show, Ryan and everyone in the chat, take care. Oh dear, he's also saying, one sec, hopefully the notifications work. If not, worst case, I think I'll be setting up tomorrow's watch-along stream first thing in the morning. So literally, if you come onto the channel, you can find if it's obviously it comes up on the desktop setup or on your system, on your phone or whatever that have got a plan to go live or whatever. Then set a reminder. If it doesn't come up in notifications at least half hour beforehand, before we planning to go live, which again, as I said, it's planning to go live tomorrow at 5:30 UK time. I think if you follow me on Twitter or Instagram, DM me and I'll send you the link as soon as I set it all up, basically. Or I think if you've got Facebook as well, if you're friends with me on Facebook, again, if you're not added to the group chat I've set up recently, let me know and I'll add you to that as well. My back is killing me. I keep saying it, but yeah, I'm still here. I'm really looking forward to the 40 Towers stream. Yeah, it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a really good one, actually. Really good. Again, like the A-Force Noises stream that we did. On that. I always give it out for you anyway. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, I'm just saying. But yeah, I got all my socials got my Twitter and Instagram going across the screen there. So if you follow me on one of them, I'll DM you the worst case scenario. Hopefully one day YouTube will sort their fucking knife out and sort out the notifications situation. But hey, oh dear. Yeah, it's all good to know, guys. And again, thanks. Okay, I don't know how many times I've said that in the last few hours. Oh dear. Yeah, we've gone over 4 hours now. 4 hours and 7 minutes. My God. But yeah, I need to take the banners down now. Or better that one. Until next time, guys. Enjoy the rest of you, wherever you are in the world, be it morning, afternoon, or evening. And we'll see you later on. We'll see you at 5:30 again. As I said, 5:30 p.m. UK time. We will be going live with myself, Andrew, Melvin, and the gang for Mulder versus Arsenal. With a bit of a different background as well. You'll see. Bit of an idea I've had with a few things that have been, but you'll see, and you'll understand what I'm rambling on about basically. But yeah, until then, guys, enjoy the rest of your evenings, mornings, or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And as always, up the Arsenal. Come on, you Gunners.